Oh, how's everybody doing? Hope you guys are doing all right at the crazy hours here in on the East Coast. It's 12:31 a.m. I sometimes like to drop the time because I find some of our best mixes get done at the most ridiculous hours. I don't know about you guys, but I happen to work very well weird hours of the night. I know Prince was like that also, and I find it interesting. He used to roll into the studio at all times, crazy hours, whatever he could do, 2 a.m. The engineers would have to be on call to sort of handle whatever he was going to want to do whenever he would want to come in. I find that awesome. Um, and a lot of the stuff he did all himself. So, I think it was more of just a formality, but I don't even think he would, does he need anyone there? Probably not, That's just how talented Prince was. But anyway, we got a song, smooth jazz style. It's another track by Nicholas Desouza and Hairbrain, and it's called Sketch 6. I'm going to pop that on so you guys can check that out without further ado. This is what we're looking at. I'm going to hit play and just sort of start dialing in some panning, some volume, the simple basic stuff I do first. I have a bus comp that I have on. It's good. It should be working very little, but I could take it off for the first playthrough, but sometimes it just helps with if everything's too hot, it'll keep the levels out of the red for me. And yeah, so feel free, throw anything in the chat you want, questions about anything. If you're working on a song, open it up. Even if you only work for an hour or two, sometimes you get the best work done at the craziest times of night. That's what I find. So me and GD Pan. I got to get my words working here. Me and GDP Japan are about to, embark on this journey of doing this crazy mixing. And he's over there in Japan flying the plane through the sky, keeping us afloat while, flying through the sky. That's hard to do. So that's what we're doing right now. And always provides the comic relief. We welcome the comedy here, especially audio-related comedy. Engineers have the best sense of humor, I find. So let's take a listen. We'll start from Jump. This is a longer track. It's I don't want to scare people, but this thing goes about 7.5 minutes. And this will be the first time I've listened to it all the way through. And while that's happening, I'm going to dial a bunch of stuff in. Volume, panning, just so everyone's on the same page. There's going to be SSL 360 on this mix. Right now, there's nothing dialed in at all, including not even the plugins that I plan on using. So, before I hit play, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to throw on the SSL G channel. Let's also take all the stuff that I'm not planning on using, like these triggers. Anything that's inactive, I'm going to hide it just to clean up the session a little bit from a look standpoint. I usually throw in these extra tracks, like trigger tracks, just in case. And I'll import them from my template. They have, trigger 2 on them, maybe an EQ after it, and kind of my go-to stuff I use. But what I found with this band especially, they're so good, there's really no need to use triggers for anything. And it's also because I'm trying to maintain what they did, which is a live type of performance. Even though it was in the studio, it was tracked straight through, great musicians being great, playing with tons of feel. And I want to make this mix unique to what they did and that day and that place. I don't want to, if I can help it at all, I don't layer in any extra samples or any of that stuff unless it's absolutely necessary. And in the case with this kind of band, I found it's not necessary. So I'm just going to hide every inactive track in this session, which is those triggers that you saw, and it just cleans it up a little. I'm going to throw on the SSL 4KG. Let's see. This is all mono stuff, so let's just throw a mono version of it on here. SSL 4KG mono. And let's throw one on bass. This is a 4kg mono. We're going to throw the stereo versions on. So the bass is purple, the pink is drums. So this is going to help you navigate what I'm doing when you see those colors. And the yellow is keyboard, the green is guitars. And I just have always sort of been labeling or coloring my stuff this way since the dawn of time, for some reason. SSL 4kg stereo, 4kg stereo, okay. And that's all we have in the session. The rest is just all these kind of, olive green looking stuff I import every time on my template. And one of these is like the Cooper Time Cube. I love on guitar, especially with what these guys did. It's worked for most of their mixes. Cooper Time Cube sounds really good on the guitar, and tape echo on the keyboard. So let's hit play. I'm going to start dialing stuff in. Everything's at 0. If you notice, every fader's at 0. I always bring down the level of everything so that I can make EQ moves. But while I'm playing through the track for you, I'll leave it up pretty hot where it is at 0. The problem with that is certain things are going to be harder to hear than others when everything is just has no balance to it at all. So let's pull it down a little bit. Let's pull all the tracks. So if you notice, everything colored, none of the buses. We're going to call, all for bring down. And then I just bring all this stuff down. I don't know, we'll bring it like 6 dB down for the moment. See if that's enough. So let's hit play, rock and roll. You guys can see the DAW. Let's do it. And that's the track. Everybody keep in mind, it's going to be low in the beginning while I dial stuff in, because that's the nature of every EQ move you make. You'll be bringing up levels subtly. Every EQ is basically a fader. So even though you're cranking 60 hertz on the kick, you have a fader at 60 hertz. And as you do this on every track, everything comes up a lot. So before I do anything, I always bring the level down so that once I start dialing in the drums and they come up, now I start dialing in other things, they all kind of come up. And then pretty soon at the end, we're sitting pretty with a lot of level. But for this, I just crank up the makeup gain on the bus comp so you can hear a little bit better than how low it really is without this thing. So that's the track. I really like it. There's a lot here. I want to just put the end marker in. Before we put our end marker in, we do our thing where we hit Apple A or Command A. I could have sworn it used to be Apple. I think they changed that. I think that's one of those Mandela effect things. It used to be an Apple, and now it's the Command. They got, I don't know why they couldn't make it Apple still, but you just select everything in sight. We're going to slide everything over 2 bars. That way we have a little bit of room if we need it so we're not starting from nothing. If I hit play, it already starts ramping in. So it's a song that ramps in naturally. So I can absolutely start the fade here, but by starting the song right on that moment, we can't add air if we wanted to. And there may be a need for that. So at the moment, what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to pull this down. We're not going to change the intro fade at all. We're just going to give a little air prior to the start of this thing. Like, since the grid line is where we moved everything to, if we just take this line, we lower that all the way. But what we really want is just about 4/100ths of a second, 4/100ths of a second, roughly. So let's see, where are we at here on the counter? This is 4 flat, and as I pull it back, see how it says 9/7. So 4/100ths of a second would be here, 9/6. So just a slight beyond that gives us enough to be able to not worry about cutting off our intro in any way, shape, or form. That's 5. I'll even go a little more, like 4. Where are we at here? 5/2. Where are we at here? 4/9. 4/7. That'll work. We'll do that. Start our end marker. It's like 7.5 minutes. It fades on its own, so we really don't need a whole lot. It's a pet peeve of mine for like noise. You hear the noise still. You're going to always hear some kind of room noise or something. It's a pet peeve of mine for that to be faded out super quick. I don't like the way that sounds. I feel like it should always come down gradually. To me, that's just a mark of a professional fade. Is it comes down professionally, not like slowly and gradually is what I mean, rather than just you hear noise and then all of a sudden it's like this clear, just gone. I don't like that. Whereas that feels okay to me. Like if it just kind of gets there, we're good. But if it's just shoot gone, it always feels weird to me. stuff like that. You know, if you're listening low, you won't even hear it. But if you're listening super loud, or if you have a system where you can turn up loud, you'll really notice that. So our end mark is 0.3. So we're going to go to somewhere here, like 1.1 or 1.2. That's fine. We'll take that. I'm not super picky about it. I just want it to be no less than 0.04 of a second. As much as 6 or 7 or whatever is fine. I like a little breathing space at the end of the track. Never hurt nobody. That's another pet peeve of mine. When one track ends on an album and the next one starts and there's like not even a heartbeat, I hate that. Unless it's meant to like blend together, in which case I love it. But if it's two separate songs and they just one ends and you don't even get a breath before the freaking next beat comes in, I hate that. What's going on, Nick? What's going on over there, man? Also want to give a shout out to Dust X. Thanks for stopping in, man. You get that Glockenspiel, because I believe it's your first time here. What's going on, Sesso? Jeez, those things are loud tonight. They're coming in. They're coming to get us. What's going on, Mixed by Sesso 2? How's it going, Nick? Nick's in Cali, man, California, where the weather is a completely different world compared to where we're at. It's like night and day. I mean, we got snow and freezing cold, and they got just living the life out there, man. They got that breeze, that chill, nice, always weather. It's pretty amazing. What's going down? This is a very cool song, Nick, by the way. This is a ridiculously cool song. I love the way it just gets us towards the end, where it starts coming at us, and it, like the vibe gets nice and aggressive here for like this last 2 minutes or so, and it's chill getting there. It just goes through a lot of stages. So let's start rocking and rolling. I'm going to start twisting some knobs here. Time to twist some knobs. Everybody remember, it starts out a little low and it gets louder as we rock and roll. We got a smoothie jazzy track. Smoothie, jazzy, CD 101.9. We got this fusiony jazz flavor with some aggressive, cool style, like Hendrixy style guitar to me. I love the way it ends, too. It gives me Hendrix vibes there. You know, or the modern day Hendrix vibes, Eric Gales vibes, man. I love Eric Gales. I don't know about you guys, but I love Eric Gales, dude. I feel like I should have learned how to play the guitar upside down now. I don't know about, did anybody ever feel that? Like, some of the stuff he does is because his guitar is upside down, his sound is so different. You know, he's pulling on things instead of pushing on things. And then the things that we're pushing on, he's pulling on. It's backwards. It's so cool. But his hand position's so different, which just allows the fingers to work differently. I don't know. It's very cool. It's unique stuff. Something tells me I should have learned how to play guitar that way. That could be the missing link for me. I don't know about you guys. But yeah, so let's start rocking and rolling. As I play it through again, I'm going to start twisting knobs. I appreciate you guys tuning in. SSL 360 4KG is our game, and that's the name of the game. We're going to rock and roll with this thing. Let's make sure I'm going to take this EQ off this, because it always confuses me when I look at the 4K this view, and then I see the verb first, or it's like, why is that first? It puzzles me sometimes. So here we go, rock and roll. We've got drum tracks, kick, snare, tom 1, 2, and a floor tom, hi-hat, overhead, left, right, and a room mic. And 1 second of this room mic has a vocal on it where he goes, "Come on, bass man." That's all that's the only vocal in the song. It's on the room mic, which I like. If that doesn't get in our way, I'm just going to leave it as is. If it does, I'm going to run the room mic through a stem splitter and take that vocal off and put it on a separate track if it gets in the way of hearing the drums there, but I don't think it will. It was like a little brief moment in time. I think it's going to be totally fine on this track. If there were more vocals, I would definitely do it, but because it's just that vocal, I think we're going to be totally fine. It's going to work for us. So let's see what we can do here. Let's rock and roll. Do you know how many guitars it takes to screw in a light bulb? GDP says 100. One to screw it in and 99 to say I would have done it better. That's true with everything in music. That's true with everything. Here we go. Probably not just music and life. What's poppin', Alex Christoph? We got a bunch of sounds on top of each other. And what's going, Thomas LW? We give you a party sound and a triangle combined with this because what's going on? You're over in Sweden, and we this is what we do. We share the love with our friends over there. And I got to tell you, thank you for joining us. Thanks for joining in. And I appreciate the thank you on the videos, man. This is this amazing fusion track we're in the middle of mixing right now. Feel free, throw anything you want in that chat. Also, feel free to join our Discord if you want. If you want to basically join this solid crew of engineers constantly discussing, talking about different pieces of gear and music and just everything we're working on. Our Discord link is in the description, and it's also right here. It should pop up in the chat in a second, so you can basically hook up with everybody and what they're doing, and everyone's awesome over there. Everybody who's over there is awesome. And Alex Christoph drums says, I re-recorded 2 tracks today. Lots of work all night for me. That's awesome, dude. Re-recorded 2 tracks. That's awesome. Sometimes you gotta revisit stuff. Absolutely. Is it on drums? Like, what did you do everything on your tracks? Do you play multiple instruments, Alex, or do you just do drums? I know you're a drummer for sure. I noticed the your profile pic is definitely, and your Alex Christoph drums, so that's obvious, right? But like, do you play everything? What do you play over there? Some of us play a bunch of different instruments. I wouldn't call myself a keyboardist, but I can get down on drums. I can get down on guitar. I can get down on bass. Do blah. We're gonna basically also. I hit stop at a pretty good point in the song to hit stop at, because that's around where it started to get nice and loud, and that's where I wanted to really focus on the snare, because a lot of this has no snare. Like, there's a whole bunch of the song with no snare. So I was dialing in the snare at the beginning. I'm like, I can't. There's no snare. And then I had to wait till a good section, and now let's play that section again. Yeah, I do everything. Alex says I do everything top to bottom, guitars, bass, drums, folks. Awesome, man. That's what's up. That's good stuff right there. If anybody has any questions about something I did or I'm doing, or why I did what I did or whatever, always feel free. Everything is, there's nothing off limits audio related about anything that's going on that I do at all. I'm happy to explain it. Or at least my thought process on why I did it in this particular case, because that's the thing. It's always different. If you're curious what this 7980 is here, that's my drum parallel track. Doesn't need to say all this stuff. It's probably confusing. Drum par. That's why, because there's already a drum par. So this will have to be drum par SSL. All right. I try to keep the names as short as I can, but it's really, you need all that. It's a drum parallel and it's an SSL. So maybe I could abbreviate that a little more if I need, but whatever. These other ones are off. If you notice, the volume's all the way down, and they're just, one of them's distortion in case I need a little bit of saturation on its own parallel, and then a different kind of compressor. If I want a very weird style compressor, I got my Wolf comp sitting right there. And if you've seen any of my streams before, some of you guys have, maybe some of you haven't. Like, if this is your first time checking this out, I appreciate that. And feel free to let us know it's your first time, because, we do different sound effects for the first timers. Like, for example, our bicycle horn, we try to reserve that for the faces that have been here constantly. And, that's my favorite sound in the game, the bicycle horn. Don't ask me why. I love that sound. It's definitely, GDP asked me, what would the tag be? Like, if I made a beat, what would the tag be? It would be the bicycle horn, 100%. That bicycle horn. That's how you would know it's me. Bicycle horn time. Like something I like to do on overheads sometimes, it depends on how they're mic'd and what kind of mics were used if they're particularly dark. But bringing up a little air on the overheads is great unless like C12s were like some amazing, super bright, crispy, nice, like shiny mic was used. It can't hurt sometimes, it depends on the song, to bring up some extreme highs on the overheads. I often like to do that, and I do it on the shelf so it's nice and round, but that's not an always thing, it's a sometimes. This is our room mic. I might be careful when you use your parallels and you hit them. If you hit a room mic or anything with cymbals on it hard, you're going to make those cymbals be very consistent. They're not going to like ebb and flow the way cymbals would typically do with no compression on them. So I usually go light on the compression on rooms and overheads. If I'm going to go harder on even on what I like to do is the parallel thing, because you keep your transients by not compressing everything 10 dB. You keep your transients, so that goes straight to your mix bus. You get that nice exciting transient, and yet you need more length, more thickness. You want the sound to punch a little bit more, so you'll bring up a smushed version in parallel underneath, and that works really well on the skins. It doesn't work as well on cymbals. So overheads, like you'll often see me like -18, -20, maybe 25. Like I keep them low. So they're going to the parallel, but not a whole lot of them, and they get adjusted as we go. But like a good starting point is roughly 18, 20, somewhere in there. It's a good starting point. And like I said, I'm not delicate with it either. Like I just move it till it sounds good. I'm not usually meticulous about like, oh, it's got to be -28 on both channels. Sometimes one's recorded lower or louder than the other. So why would the volumes be the same of the channels? Why would the amount of parallel be the same? All that. If you clip gain them and make them the same, then maybe making, these volumes the same makes sense. But if you don't, and you're just like, these are both, I haven't touched the clip gain, but they are pretty even. This one may be a touch louder than this, but not by much. Just like little tiny bit, if anything. And that's, that's what you may want more compression on this than, or something. I mean, odds are you want to balance the amount of compression in your overhead left and right. Odds are, like if you have, but that doesn't mean they need to be the exact same number. But if you have a little bit of compression on the left, a lot of compression on the right would be crazy. You know what I'm saying? Here we have a mono room, and I like to hit the room with some compression because it'll make it feel, everything gets to be more alive. And if you watch my last mix, you'll realize that a lot of my drum sound comes from the rooms. Like in this case, the mono room. The overheads also. A lot of my drum sound comes from overheads and rooms, but if I had a stereo pair of rooms, I would really look to that first to give us most of the sound. And then the close mics just sort of fill in the gaps. Alex, are you talking about you do everything top to bottom? You wrote, I love it, but dude, when you're like 45 minutes in, an extra hand to click the mouse would be cool. You got to get the foot pedal mouse clicker. You know what I'm saying? You never seen that? You got to get that, dude. You could start and stop recording with a foot. With the little click of the foot. Instead of doing one of these guys. Believe me, I've done these guys my entire career practically, where like you got the bass or the guitar on your lap. And then, you're constantly doing this. You're bending over to do with the pedals. You're doing the whatever. Like, you're on the keyboard. You're on the mouse. You're up here clicking the thing and going to, you're doing everything you can. But the stop and start with the foot is really interesting. I mean, I don't own one, but at the same time, I know they are useful. If I did more, like, tracking of, where I was doing everything and tracking, I would probably have one of those foot things. Dude, GDP, you're dropping a lot of hilarious stuff in here, man. You are dropping hilarious stuff, my friend. And I like how you wrote, Nightbot, your turn, kiddo. Skynet, dude. Yo, Nightbot is Skynet. For anyone who's not familiar with the Terminator movies, that is what Nightbot is. Nightbot comes through and regulates, but it feels like Slimer from Ghostbusters, or just the most primitive, T-85. It's not the T-1000, it's the T-85. It's like the most early version of Skynet ever, and that's basically what runs our. It's doing our back office stuff, is what it's doing. It's coming in and being like, hey, what's going on? But it's kind of unnecessary with GDP, but at the same time, we like to have it there. It's nice to have somebody to pick on sometimes. Nightbot serves as that. It's nice. So that's how we roll. But we treat robots nice here, too. We do appreciate robots. Triple gooses. Goose! Let's do this, Goose. I'm going to go, I'm spending a lot of time towards the end of the song, because I've mentioned this before, if anybody's like, why? It's because you got to set your compression, everything based on the loudest part of the song. You shouldn't really do it, especially mix bus stuff, earlier on. Doing it at the end where the part is crazy will mean that earlier on, the dynamic gets quieter, we'll be able to feel that, and then when it gets to this nice part, it won't be pinging the meters all over the place, and you feel like you're going backwards. It's one of my favorite CLA lines. He's like, there's so much limiting today. A chorus shows up, it feels like we're going backwards. Exactly, it does. It doesn't feel bigger and louder, it feels smaller. And the reason is because, over compression, over too much compression, too much limiting, that sort of thing. So if you dial in on the loud parts, you can assure yourself you'll be okay. It even gets louder than that. Let's also do that. Like I've already a few ideas as far as what I want from this bass a little bit. That the SVT, one of my favorites. We pulled it up on the last mix and it just sort of sang to us. It also adds a lot of that nice, that smooth, round, low end. It's a beautiful thing, the classic SVTR. This thing. And a lot of times I will lower the bass on this substantially because it's too much. It's just like, how much do we need? All of it? They give you all of it. And it's like, we could do with a little less. A little less would be okay. So these are all doing nothing. At one of the last mixes, someone was like, "What's that plugin with 100 plugins for the bass?" And I'm like, "It's not in. It's a palette. It's like a what is it? A palette? What's that thing artists hold up in their hands with all the colors on it, so that when they're painting, they don't have to it's all right there. They can mix the colors on it, and it's all right. That's what this is. I think it's called a palette, isn't it? Maybe. I don't know. I've never really painted. Maybe finger painted when I was younger. But other than that, I don't really paint much. So I'm over here. I got a bunch of stuff I always use. Sometimes we'll send something here. We'll mute some stuff. We'll leave some stuff on. Maybe we'll keep it all on. But in this particular band, like with all the tracks I've been doing for them, the sound benefits from less. So do less is such a good motto in general, but especially with a band like this. They're so tight. The DI on the bass sound is very nice and direct. Sounds clean and nice. And then when I add something like this, all of a sudden now we have an amp feel. So it puts some air in it. That's what I really like about the SVT, that plugin. But there's a lot of different things that could give you something similar. The Sans amp is one of my favorite tools for bass also, because you can really dial in where you want the saturation. Do you just want buzz on the low end, which is what this knob is? Do you just want some high end type fuzz stuff? Well, crunch is kind of the high end type fuzz. Do you just want to drive the preamp? That would be this knob. And you have your low and high control. But I look at this as lows, mids, highs. That's how I think of this stuff right here. And it's the best plugin ever made for bass as far as I'm concerned. It's probably the best ever. But if I wanted something a little cleaner with a particular saturation flavor, I might just use this and crank the red knob and lower the output, because this is your preamp gain. It's like, how much do you want? A lot or a little or what? And that's saturation. This is its own form of, because it's emulating the hardware, it has a bit of saturation built in. It kind of has like the sound of filters built in at the extreme end of the frequency spectrum. Like 20 and 20K or something, or whatever it is. It's like 20 hertz, 20K. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's something. And it adds a vibe too. The EQ shapes within this are, amazing. So none of this is on until I put 75, 76 here, and then I'd be doing a bass bus thing in parallel. If I send it from here, right now everything's going straight to the mix bus, except for some stuff drums have parallel on it, but I didn't turn it on yet, really. And then the only one, rooms, I turned it on. Everything else is still off at the moment. The bass going straight to the mix bus, but if I decide to put 75, 76 here, then it comes down here also. But right now, it ain't going nowhere. Nothing. No way. Guitar, straight to the mix bus, the same with the keys. At the moment, we're going to dial that in, though. Let's rock and roll. We got Alex Christoph drums saying, this track sounds like my lunch today. Birria and some creme fraiche. Nice. Dude, the Mexican food is my thing. Like, boy, do I love that Mexican food. I had like 19 servings of guacamole tonight. Woo! I'm a spicy fan, too. I like spicy foods. That's part of the reason why I love California so much. The food. You get... Anywhere you go, you can get amazing Mexican food. Anywhere. I'm talking about anywhere. It's the equivalent of, in New York, every single corner had a bodega, or you could find a bodega. Just throw a rock in any direction, you'd hit at least one, maybe two, and you could get like a bacon, egg, and cheese, or a sausage, egg, and cheese at any of them, and you'd be fine. Like, most of them were fine, delicious, great. But you could get it. I mean, it's basic stuff, but you could get it at any of them. You didn't have to, like, some of them maybe, oh, that one's the best, but nobody cared about that. The closest one was the best, right? When it comes to Mexican food in California, it's the same thing. You could, no matter where you go, you'll go to a place that's like a drugstore, and they got a guy serving tacos out of the side of the drugstore, and it's the best tacos you've ever had. It's like that, as far as that's what I remember anyway. Carnitas. All day carnitas, all day. They know how to make the carnitas. Shigiono! How we doing, Shigiono? Shigiono TH Music. What's that? What's the go-to, like, reference where you're at for food close by? Everywhere you go, it's this kind of food. It's amazing. You got anything over there? Like, what's your favorite thing to eat over there? What do you got? Clank bass equals stank face. Yeah. Well, you know what's cool about SansAmp is you can dial in pretty much any tone with that thing. And it really does that kind of, it does a rock bass thing very well, but you can also go very gentle on that thing. Anti-Ballas 79. That's our sounds of welcome for anybody new that I don't recognize who's been here yet. And that's awesome, man. How's it going over there? If you want to send tracks to me, you jump in the description of this video or any of my other videos. You'll see my emails in there. It's evan.customcutstudios@gmail.com. And EVAN for Evan. Custom Cut Studios is plural. And yeah, man, you send them that way. And if you're looking for me to mix it, master it, whatever you're looking to do, give me some information in the email, include your phone number, and we'll go from there. $6 a.m. there. Nice. It's 1:25 a.m. here. We like to do this at all crazy hours, and I encourage anybody, open up a session if you're awake where you are, and put in a little time doing something. Could be 30 minutes, could be 40 minutes. You'd be surprised how much better the work is that you could get done when you're amongst a bunch of engineers doing the same thing you are. And just, you talk about what you're doing if you want or not, but working while other people are working is amazing. That's why back in the day, when you go into, like, you had to go to a big studio to do something, and in these other rooms, there would always be people working. Everyone would join up in the lounge in party time, and just as an ear break, you'd join up, you'd talk to somebody, you'd share an idea, you'd walk into the room, you'd listen to what they were doing. I mean, there's no telling, like, the benefit of that, and it was crazy benefit over being isolated all alone. That's the worst way to work because, everything we listen to, hear, talk about, every smell, it just influences what we do. Everything. What we see, what we smell, every sense. So just being around other people. And, the smell thing doesn't translate very well over the internet yet. One day it might be different. But right now, if I let one go, you guys wouldn't know. You might hear it, but you wouldn't know. If you know what I'm saying? And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we shouldn't change that. Maybe that one we'll keep. But bottom line, open stuff up. Do your thing. That's awesome, man. You've been here a few times. That's the bicycle horn of good luck, good measure, good fortune, goodwill, and prosperity right there. So now you got a bicycle horn, man. We reserve that for our people who've been here. And that's awesome, man. Everyone dial in your snares now. I like that. Also, Alex Christoph, time for a backstretch. I know that's usually your line, but engineers got to remember to backstretch. I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you guys can hear, but every time I do this, the clickety clocks are clocking up the place. Just clock. My back's like, it's doing its thing. But yeah, this has definitely got those Chick Corea vibes. This thing is all over. I mean, it's got, at the end, listen to this part. Santana territory is right, my friend. Nick's influences are all over the place. Like, he's got tons of amazing influences, and I can feel them when I'm listening to stuff like this. There's so many great guitarists that he's somehow committed to his memory banks and it's like it never sounds too much like any of them because there's such a wide variety in there. It's pretty awesome. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of his influences were not guitarists also. Like, he has plenty of influences that are, but there's a ton that aren't. They're playing other instruments, and he's drawing from that in his guitar playing. Pretty amazing stuff. Because when I listen to this, like, it's the choice, I don't know, the feel is just so good. It's just bottom line. That's the truth. Are those plug-in drums or real drums? Real drums all day. This whole thing was recorded basically as if it was to tape. It wasn't done to tape, but it might as well have been because this is a straight through hit record. Everybody plays, and it's, let the musicians do what they feel. It's, it wasn't scripted. There might be ideas that were, to some degree laid out, but nothing is scripted. This whole thing is, free and creative. And that's why it sounds as good as it does. And all these drums were real, and the drummer's phenomenal. Without a great drummer, it's really hard to make your drums sound great. Whereas the recording, can be on, all 1084s on an amazing old school, Neve, and, a console that costs $250,000 with, and it will sound good. But if the drummer's not amazing, like, it's not going to sound that good, right? And what I mean is, you could take a recording and run it all into Pro Tools, into some, middle-of-the-road interface, and if the drummer's amazing, it will sound great. And that's the thing. It's like, people put a lot of stress on gear, but the performance matters first and the most, but it's also not about, like, how much and how fast you can play, because I like drummers that play very, very simply also. There's this back and forth with it for me. I really like simple drummers. But it depends on what we're doing, too. What's the genre? Because I'm really referring to rock or alternative or funk. Stuff like that, to me, really benefits from, guys that can do everything, but they choose to do very little. And I love that. That choice to be minimalistic is really an interesting, cool choice on drums. Yeah, it sounds amazing to me. It sounds amazing, man. That's awesome. I'm happy you anti-ballast. I appreciate that, man. 3 a.m. You recorded this at 3 a.m.? Was that, like, what time did you track most of this stuff, Nick? I'm curious about that, man. Let me know. I'm going to send you a Lock the Grid death metal track with tons of digital effects on drums. It's not that I hate that stuff. I like it. It's just, it has to fit the genre. Metal, like, I consider metal a very dense type of music. So things need to be sort of, in parts that are fast. If things are long, they step on each other. So they can't be long. And I'm referring mainly to, like, reverbs and stuff like that. If it's super fast, it can't also be, you can't have a ton of length on the sounds. Whereas if the song has some space in it and it's slower, or, that mid to slow tempo, you can get away with a lot more length. So a lot of the sounds you pick have to work with the tempo first and foremost. If you're using stuff that's programmed later, if you're doing it on the spot in the room, that stuff has a tendency to take care of itself, because you crack the snare and there's space in there before your next snare hit. Oh, we hear a snare that's nice and long and present and carries beautiful. But, if there's, like, a snare, tons of snares, then how are you going to put length on that? You can't. It just winds up stepping on each other. I like some Questlove for sure. I like Questlove 100%. Good morning, Captain. GDP Shigiono's hollering at you. He's saying, good morning, Captain. GDP's doing a code brown at the moment. GDP, explain the code brown to them if they don't know, or they might know. When you're a pilot and you get a code brown, you don't want that. We got a question from Andy Ballas. Here's the question. Do you think metal and rock is more creative as a genre than jazz? I say that because most jazz players always stick to playing standards, whilst rock is way more open to originality. No, I don't agree with that at all. I think we call things jazz when they are complex enough to feel like a constant creative flow. And that's like we lump things into that category because they don't fit other categories. But by nature and definition of that, that means that genre can be the most all over. It's not confined or constrained. It's everything. It's pretty much everything that doesn't fit in another genre goes there. And that's, to me, it can be the most creative stuff. Like this, for example. This is not a standard by any means or stretch of the imagination. This is a vibe everyone caught, like a wave, and just freaking everyone's riding it, like that scene in Point Break where they're surfing in the middle of the night, and he's like, "Where you're surfing, man?" Like they're surfing out here. That's what they're doing. I can't even surf, but you know what I'm saying. I can wakeboard. I can't surf. I've never tried it. I shouldn't say I can't. Just never tried it. But anyway, it's like Point Break out here, the original with Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves. That's the only Point Break that exists as far as I'm concerned. There is no later version with CGI nonsense. There's Point Break, OG, that's it. Here we go. Nick's writing a good answer too. I think Nick wrote, this is Nick Desouza. I think modern jazz isn't named jazz like the Gallisper's Snarky Puppies. Corey Wong's are all jazz. Exactly. That's true. But rock is definitely more accepting of wild-ass context. That's true, too. That's true. That's a good point. I'm a huge Corey Wong fan. As I've talked about Wolfpack all the time on this channel. Wolfpack, Fearless Flyers. I love Corey Wong. That whole band's amazing. Jack Stratton is brilliant. And, Joe Dard is an animal. The whole crew is awesome. Snarky Puppies, Snarky Puppy great. Snarky Puppy great. Where did I get these accents from? Also, what's that band? Goose? Is that what they're called? Goose? Goose! And what's that? The guys who do the Dead Wax podcast? What's it called? What are they for? Scary Pockets? Those dudes are awesome. It's a lot of the stuff that's awesome out there. There's a lot of great, cool stuff. And it all kind of falls into these categories of, it's not mainstream. That's for sure. That's all we know. That's really all we know. It's like, it's not mainstream, but it is because it sounds amazing. But what is mainstream? And does anybody want to be there anymore? I'm not so sure. Maybe there's some people who want to be there. But to me, the great stuff lies in the fact that genre of jazz can be so many different things today. It's literally everything. That's what I'm saying. Let us throw our bus 7 and 8 on here, which is our Cooper Time Cube on the guitar. Let's throw that on. Let's throw... A lot of times I'll start with a preset just to get closer to stuff I like rather than twisting all the knobs. On effects, I don't do this on, the go-to basic stuff, but effects, it's really easy to have a Cooper Time Cube and play with it and just be like, oh, I love it this way. And then you throw on, but you never switch to coils 2, or you never switched it from color A to B. And then you use a preset that changes every setting with a click. And you're like, oh, that's a nice amount of delay. Let me just dial that in, and then you're perfect. And there's a couple for guitar that I like a lot. The Guitar Air is one of my favorites. The coolest part about the Cooper Time Cube is that you can have a different setting on one side compared to the other. So you basically have a dual delay inside, and the Time Cube, what was it originally? It was a box that would have like hoses connected into each crazy sides of it, with like a plate of some kind in the middle or something weird like this, where it was basically analog. It was creating the delay by the time it took to get from one thing to the next, by the time it fed through these tubes from one side to the other. It was really kind of, if you ever seen a Cooper Time Cube, like, what it was, the design that it was, like how they got to it was really cool. And I'm fascinated by stuff like that. I'm also fascinated by the Galaxy Tape Echo. I should probably do a video on that, just because I want to learn more about it. So I should research it more to learn exactly what they did, so I could explain it better, because that explanation I just gave was probably a butchery of it. But at the same time, you guys get the point. It's like very unique, It's like an old school plate, like the way a plate reverb, those giant plates that they used to like mic to create a plate reverb. So interesting. History of music is amazing. It's just so cool. You recorded at 10 a.m. Oh, this is cool. This is what I wanted to know. One take improv jam. Nice. It feels naked to any shout out to Evan to making it sound like a record. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. It feels naked to me. Shout out to Evan to make it sound like a record. Yeah. That's the thing. It's I think every great jam that you've heard, on a recording, I go back to like when literally the first thing this reminded me of was Miles Davis, because like the first time I heard In a Silent Way, I was just like, what? The whole thing is kind of insane. But that stuff was recorded and, mixed. And it could have been mixed while it was being recorded, but there was always a guy in there dealing with that. And that's the thing that is missing so much today is, when they do their own stuff, they never bring in, specialists to do things, to make things, take it to that next level. This is a good example of that, where, Nick's an amazing guitarist, and he went to a studio to record this. So since he didn't if he didn't spend his whole life, 20 years or something, literally, trying to figure out how to record stuff well, it's better to go to a studio to record it. You'll get a way better result. Otherwise, be prepared for your first many recordings. You're just doing that to get better and better and better and better. And then one day maybe you can record something that will sound really good. But the way I look at it is, that's a journey. That practice of recording is just like your guitar. You play the guitar over and over and over and over. Eventually you get good enough where when you go to step up, it sounds great. But it's like that with everything. It's like that with mixing. It's literally like that with creating the artwork. It's to say it's this applies to everything. So, these amazing players, and, Nick had the wherewithal, the brilliance to go in and record it somewhere. So we have great sounds to work with. Now, putting them together is a piece of cake compared to if it was all done, in a way that was very subpar. This wouldn't sound as good. So, you did your part. Everyone did their part by being amazing musicians, which is their job. And then the guy who recorded it did his part by recording it good enough. Would I have preferred stereo room mics? Yes, I would have, but maybe the interface didn't allow for that many inputs. I don't know why it didn't happen, but overall the job they did was great. This room mic, I think, was a talkback because it was in front of Nick, but since he wasn't using it to sing, it became a room mic. 2 would be better than 1, but because of that, I'm not even sure if they intended to have room mics. Should always have room mics. No matter how small the room is, put up something far away. Put up two room mics ideally, left and right, But even if the room's really small, far away, facing away from the drum kit, and then get a trash mic outside the room. I call it a trash mic because it'll be dark. It'll be behind the door. It'll be out in the hallway. It'll be somewhere, somewhere that's not going to pick up the same sound as in that room. And it's a beautiful thing to blend those together. What some people do in bigger rooms is they go, close room, medium room, far room. If you can get away with that, that's awesome too. And it doesn't always have to be stereo. Like if you're like, should I get a left and right room? And it's in a and we have a giant room. It's like, well, in that case, maybe do a mono close, relatively close, 5-6 feet back, let's say, maybe a 10-12 feet back, and then a 20 feet back. If you have a big enough room, I don't know what kind of room this is, but it's like if it's a trade-off, sometimes that different depths is great for like a 3D picture. There's everything is so case by case basis. That's why, like, when somebody asks like how they should mic their drums, there's a million things they would need to provide, or at least 10 things they need to provide in terms of information for us to figure out what the best way to do that would be. And it's still opinion. So there's no best way, but it's still an opinion. At the end of the day, you'll never get 5 engineers to agree on the same thing. But that's, something cool is like, different depths of the room, and get a dark room. I'm telling you, one outside the door or in the next room, and leave the door open between where you are and that other room, and put it out there, like in the control room, and everyone's in the live room. That could be awesome. Stuff like that. I like to take, I think they called it the Droom. Alex, what was his name? That Moses Schneider. He would take like small diaphragms. I think they were small diaphragms. You could do it with anything. You could do it with dynamic mics. I like it with small diaphragms for some reason, but you put them basically where the null point, the back of the mic, is at the cymbal. So if you got like a cymbal here and a cymbal here, and you're sitting at the drum kit. So I'm at the drum kit, cymbal, right? You put the mic where the back of it is at that cymbal. So, you hit it and it's not in the way, obviously, but the mic is facing away from the cymbal, but they're, basically both in line, facing out. And then for some reason, it winds up making, you don't get that loud cymbal in your, you can call these whatever you want, rooms or overheads or whatever you want to call them. I call them rooms, but it's a close room, but it's mic'd away from the drums, but the cymbal gets a nice amount of volume being lowered, so you don't get those annoying cymbals in your rooms. There's nothing worse than rooms with all cymbals in it. That's why I place my room mics very low. But this is actually an even better way, sometimes it can be, to get depth in the room. You face them away from you, so it's actually it's getting the sound bouncing off the wall and coming back to the mic. And it sounds great. And you don't really have to time align this stuff. If you do that, and you put a room, like somebody asked me once, if you're doing that room mic in the other room, far away in the hallway, do you need to line that up? Like, do you need to slide it in time to make that work with your other mics? And I would say not always. The truth is that could sound way more 3D if you don't. You'll get that sense of depth. As soon as you line that up, you're going to lose that. So some of my favorite drum recordings were when I would take these rooms in other rooms. The drums are in a room very far away, and I didn't line it up. The drums sound giant. So that Droom method combined with that trash mic or whatever you call it in the other room, really cool. I recommend everybody try it. Make your drums sound much bigger than they are currently. And it's the same thing. If you use room mics, turn them away from the drums so they're facing the wall. Mic the room itself. Mic the walls up. Don't mic the drum up. It shouldn't be, the mics don't have eyes, but wherever you face it, with the capsule, if you're using ribbons, it doesn't actually help to turn them totally opposite, because a ribbon records in front and behind. It's a figure 8. So the front gets it, the back gets it. So if you turn it away from the drums, it don't do shit. Whereas if you turn it sideways with a ribbon so that the null point on the sides is what's facing the drums, now we got a winner. Chicken dinner. All this fun stuff, man. You never stop learning. You never stop learning. That's awesome. Andy Ballas, you're awesome, dude. Andy Ballas saying, I love the chords and the lines of jazz, but when it's played traditionally, it's generally so boring, man. I've tried to get into it. Nice phrasing, man. Yeah, it's, that's the thing. This is the kind of stuff I love listening to this kind of stuff because I don't always want to hear lyrics. There's something about instrumental music that makes me feel like I don't have to agree with the words or the singer makes music so polarizing. Like there's something about instrumentals that's almost more universally acceptable, especially in different mindsets, like when you might not want influence from words of any kind. So like there's music like this hits me in a way that I love because of that too. Like if it had words on it, it'd be great too. One of the songs I'm going to mix next for them is a really cool song that reminds me of old school like Parliament Funkadelic. And it's awesome sounding. And it has a lot of vocals. Too many vocals. I should yell at Nick for this. So many vocals. But I'm going to deal with those. Don't worry about it. But what I'm saying is that song is awesome. And the reason it's so cool is kind of because of that. There's, a lot of layers of vocals and cool stuff happening. And that song has a vibe, too. Really cool song. But I love stuff like this because I think it's universally just something you could put on at all times, especially when this part starts happening it's just making me want to like, it's just making me want to groove, like put that on in the car. And if you're driving around and the weather's nice, what are you kidding me? You know what I'm saying? In the cold weather, sometimes this could work. But when I drive around in the cold weather, a lot of times I just want to hear freaking, the kombucha mushroom people. Just, I don't know. Sometimes I want that heavy stuff. Sometimes, sometimes it's the toxicity of our city. Sometimes. Depends. But like, there's something about the cold that just makes me pissed off. Nick says we recorded it at 10 a.m. in the morning. Everybody was still asleep till we got to like the third sketch. Nah, dude. That's interesting. You guys were wide awake, dude. Yeah, they all played together like a jam. For sure. We had emotions in a hat. And I love this. This is a cool story. They put emotions in a hat. They passed it around. Whoever picked it started the song, never intended to release it till after. That's awesome. How do you find band members? That's a good question. These are good questions. GDP, you've asked me this before. Speaking of jamming, have you watched the Disney Plus Beatles documentary joint? No, I haven't. If that's Let It Be or whatever, like that cool, the thing that I'm supposed to watch, I didn't know it was on Disney Plus. Maybe that's why I haven't watched it. No, I have not watched it. I refuse to subscribe to Disney anything so that I could watch a thing. I don't like being over a barrel, and I feel like, they get you over a barrel. You subscribe now, and it keeps renewing every 6 days or whatever. That's awesome. Yeah, Nick, lucky enough to have good friends. God's been good. Yep, that's what's up. That's what's up. When you get Antibalas is right. When you're so blessed when you get these types of players, this caliber, it's awesome. Yeah, these guys all. I mean, he's got a handle on all this stuff, and really has like. I mean, I don't think anybody has no ego, but Nick's as close as I've ever met to someone who's this talented with no ego. It's pretty awesome. I don't think there's anybody out there who's got none. I think to be human is to have an ego to some extent. It's just like being in control of it is the key. And Nick's definitely got that under control. And all these guys seem to. I mean, it comes out in their music. Like people whose ego gets in the way, it gets in the way of the music too. It's not just like in conversation. Music is a conversation. So it gets in the way in everything they do, including what they play. And you could tell by the way these guys play that everyone respects everything that's going on, and nobody's overplaying, and nobody's like stepping on everything. It's the best. It's a great conversation. I think all great music is a great conversation between the musicians. I got to watch that Beatles doc, it seems. This is an awesome point here. Nick's writing personality over playability. If we can't have a good conversation in person, then the music will suffer. Very true, for sure. I'm a weird dude. So glad that these homies accept me, and we're open to the random. Yup. And we're open to the random, for sure, man. About to use that Disney Plus free trial just about. I got to use that, too. I might have to do the Disney Plus free trial also, but the fine print, this free trial will extend regardless of whether you wanted it to or not, and no matter how many times you cancel it, you'll have to cancel it one extra time after you've already been billed. That's in the fine print. We all know it. I think we all know that. Always follow main pan so that wherever your toms are panned, this goes too. We want on our compressor, we want the floor tom on the right. We want the rack that's smallest on the left. Same thing like we have it panned. So you always follow your main pan. Same with overheads. You follow your main pans. Follow your main pans. Follow your main pans with your hi-hats. You follow your main pans. If it's down the center, you don't got to worry about it. Yeah, dude. Alex Kristoff with the anti-Bessie doesn't want him to watch it. I get you 100%. Auntie Bessie and Uncle Rick. We know Alex's entire family, guys. We know Auntie Bessie, Uncle Rick, and shout out to Luna, the dog who understood music. One love to Luna, always. And Shigiono, TH Music, wrote, nice groove. The guitar player is smoking this one. Great playing, everyone. Top draw stuff. I agree. And we are lucky to have Nicholas Desouza in our midst tonight. He is the guitarist and the leader of, and leader's a weird term, but he's the guy who put this all together. So everybody needs somebody to take the reins and put a band like this together, and Nick is the man who did that. So not only is he a great guitarist, the dude knows how to put a band together that's this good, and everybody, and like we said already, these guys, their communication between each other is amazing, and it comes out in the instruments. That's the thing. When you get musicians like this, they're probably really all chill. Like, they're cool to hang out with because that's how they play. Chill. Listen to that. That's a good spot to get our toms sounding good. Wherever that fill is, find that fill. Find the fill. See, you got to identify a section that's good to deal with different things. Like the snare only plays in one part of the song, so you can't dial that in anywhere but here. The toms only, sporadically come up and do their thing like toms should. So you find your spots, you pick your moments, and you want like a nice clean moment where there's not a lot of other stuff happening to dial in toms. Like this is good to dial in this one particular. And it could be volume, it could be turned on the juice just now to start hearing what it's going to sound like once I turn this on, because it's coming. We all know it's coming. And the ATR 102 in the front, I may bypass that for a moment so I can hear them both, but I know that the juice is coming with that ML 4000. See, once that thing comes on, you can, turn bass down on a couple things, like this, for one. I notice my master is getting a little hot, so I could just do my all for bring down, which is everything that's feeding other things needs to come down. The things that are being fed don't need to come down, because if you bring down the source, those will come down naturally. So I've made a group of this before. I just wanted to show you again what it is. It's keys, guitar, bass, and then all the drums, but not the snare verb, even though it's not in use right now, not the parallel, because it's not pre-fader. It's not a pre-fader send. So that means the fader affects how loud goes to the send. So that means if I bring down this, sends less into here, that's fine with me. That's what I'm looking for. Just bring the drums down. I don't want the parallel to stay up as hot as it was. And the balance between them, it'll maintain as close as it could be, essentially, by doing it this way. So I've already created that over here, but I'll just make another one. All for bring down. Just going to bring everything down a bit. Now, there's so many ways to do stuff. There's many ways. I don't like saying to skin a cat, because my cat looks at me funny when I say that, so I don't say that. But there's a lot of ways you could do it. You could just take down the master in my workflow, would send less level into everything, including this. But I don't like to often do that until I've VCA automated. I try to save my master volume moves for after I've VCA automated, and then I want to get some love back, I'll do it here. Once I VCA automated, I don't like to go into the individual tracks and manipulate them. The VCAs control the individual tracks. So like vocal VCA controls all vocals in the song. This one doesn't have any, but guitar VCA controls all guitars in the song. If there's 6, 10, 12, no matter how many there are, it controls them all. So I lower it here, or make it louder here. If I get too much level going in here at the end of VCA automation, once there's dots upon dots, lower it at the master volume level. We got, no, man, Discord doesn't charge. Alex Christoph. Discord does not charge. Discord is free indeed. I would never be like, join our Discord and pay money. That doesn't go to us, but it goes to Discord. I would never do that. That's crazy. Join our Discord and pay money for it. No way. Yes, Alex Christoph. This is Nicholas Desouza and Hairbrain. That's the music you are listening to. These last several tracks, like this whole, EP or whatever you're calling it, it's an EP in terms of number of tracks to me, but some of the length of the songs is longer, so that's where it could be open to interpretation on whether or not it's truly an EP. Maybe it's an EP probably, right? Because of the amount of tracks. But when we wind up putting all these together in some kind of order, it'll be very, very cool to listen to this thing from front to back and feel and really get in the vibe of what went down that day when it was recorded, and like the whole thing should speak one track to the next. It would be a very cool listen, a very cool chill hang listen. So if people sometimes want to know, like, you notice how I'm on sync instead of repro, I wound up, I never knew why I prefer the sync on the Ampex compared to the repro. And a lot of people go with the repro. I like the sync a lot. And the reason, when I looked up the answer, I found it pretty interesting. It's because the sync head, and the sync head is basically the record head, which has more, it's more mid-range focused, and it has more color to it. When people are, if you're trying to go and use this thing in the least colorful way possible, you would want repro. But if you're trying to get, when I listened to it and I would put it on the sync head, it just felt like things had more punch to them, a little more aggression. It was just like, the tape machine that does very little on steroids. And I was like, something about that is really, it just always made things feel a little bit, better to me, because I turned this thing on to add some color to an otherwise, very recorded through an interface, digital sound. It's the guitar, the guitars, the bass, the everything. It's like they benefit from some of the tape love, and you get the most tape flavor, I would call it, if you're going to call it flavor, color, whatever, the most tape sound on sync. Whereas repro is great too. It's just a little less of that. And they're both great. But for some reason, the ATR for me lives on the sync. And I started with one of the presets, which is the Push 456 Fat Master, and then I just adjusted a little from there. But that's the thing I like, because it's just so beefy. So beefy. A lot of times I have to manipulate the EQ, and don't be fooled. Even though it says repro EQ, it affects the sync also. It affects the record head. Like, don't worry about what it says. If you don't believe me, just crank this and you'll hear the difference. It's pretty substantial. So it definitely has an effect. Hearing some of the gates. I'm gonna work on them a little bit in a second. The Vault Recording Studio. What's going on, the Vault? I hit you with the sound plethora of rainbow crazy coolness. We got. One of these days, all those sounds will change to Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter sound effects. I have a feeling, but until then, or maybe just crazy stuff off soundtracks, I'll go old school style. I'll just, sample I Love You Pumpkin, I Love You Honey Bunny. Everybody be cool, this is a rubber ray. Let have you move, and I'll execute everyone. You know the deal. Maximum 30 minutes for an EP, I believe. I feel like all that stuff comes back to records. I think this stuff is definitely, I think it's going to exceed 30 minutes, even though it's only 5 tracks. I think it will exceed 30 minutes because of the timing of the tracks. I'm not positive on that. I should check that out. But that's a good call. It's a good question there. I am curious about that. And I appreciate you stopping by the Vault Studio. You're welcome. Hang out, do your thing. If you're working on music at the same time, that's awesome. Let us know where you're from. I'm on the East Coast. GDP is in Japan. Nicholas Desouza, who's the artist on this, along with Hairbrain, they're in California. We're uniting studios all over the world right now. So, we had a dude on here who's in Sweden. We got Shigiono TH Music in Africa. We've got all sorts of cool stuff going down. We've got it all. I missed that before, Alex, but just so you know, The Predator is one of my favorite movies of all times, and I thought when you said something about I've seen too many Predators or whatever, like I was just thinking Too Many Predators would be the best name for like the Predator 6, like the OG Predator with Arnold Schwarzenegger was by far the best Predator, right? But that doesn't mean I won't watch every Predator that comes out and every Alien vs. Predator, because I bought into that franchise when I was a kid, and I got no choice now. So Too Many Predators would be a hilarious name for another Predator movie. That's not, for some reason, when you said that, I was like, you did it. That's the perfect name. That's exactly it. All right, I cut these out because I wanted to hear where exactly this thing is coming from, that I need to gate a little harder core. It's not there. It's got to be this time. Yeah, it's just on those crashes, it sounds the weirdest. So it's opening on the crashes too much. Do you guys see that thing on, I think Oxford, the company that makes the inflator and the suppressor? One arguably, and the envelope, their transient designer, like just, it's Sony. What it is Sony makes the gate, which I don't own, but they just, I think, came out with a Gate 2, and that's pretty interesting, and looks really cool. Looks like you got all sorts of control to like keep the cymbals out the game, and just have it attack on the snares, and that company is awesome. So it's cool to kind of see something new from them. Is it new? It might be. Maybe it's been out for a little while, but I caught something on that earlier. What do you know about it, GDP? You know anything about the Oxford Gate 2? Sounds pretty awesome. I might have to mess with that thing. All right, we're back. Gotta mess with one of these also. Let's find out which one. It's probably this one. Yep, it's this tom. It must be. It's either the tom or the snare. It feels like it's the tom because I didn't hear it before. Yep, it's this floor. So I'm messing with the range because I want it to turn down everything more, essentially, between where it lets go and when it's on. I want the range to be a little harder core, so I'm going to manipulate the range, but I also want the threshold. I just want the gate to turn on so that when that faint cymbal is in the background, I want the threshold to be high enough that it catches that. If the threshold is set too low, You won't, it'll think you want that in the sound. It's like, why do I want that? I don't. I just want the loud hits in the sound. So I'm going to turn the threshold to the right to make it harder core. Grab it quicker. That's, to the right, grab it quicker. Right, quicker, ends with an R. Bada bing, connected dots, quicker, right. You get me? As a way to remember it. I'm just trying to give you guys a way to remember it, right? Still there, so let's see if maybe it's not on here at all. Maybe I was tricked. Certainly sounds like it's on here, so we may have to shorten the release a little. Which I don't like to choke too much, because then you won't get as much ring out of the drum, but it's a trade-off you'll have to make. I'm also going to manipulate how much I'm boosting, because that's going to have an effect on the dynamics, because it's EQ into dynamics. This is a good reason to sometimes flip it the other way and go dynamics into EQ if you want this thing to act first before this starts messing with it. Because I'm bringing up the cymbal by bringing up the attack on the tom. They're all in the same frequency range. It's like, it's not mutually exclusive. So I might take this down a little lower, but it's still, if we boost where that tom is most slappy to make sure we can hear it cuts through, we're also going to be bringing up where that cymbal hit is. See, if I just took this down, let's just hear the difference. Just sounds so weirdly unnatural there. Yeah, see, if I was miking this tom up, I would make sure that mic is facing pretty much down towards the skin. Because the more of an angle you put the mic on, where if you have a skin, you have the capsule of the mic facing down. Like, this is the mic in my hand, right? Down facing almost at the skin, not at the contact point like this, because the more you open it up that way, the more that cymbal gets in there. Whereas the more you put it like this, now the cymbal is in the null point of that mic. So there's a huge benefit to turning the mic and making it almost perpendicular with the skin. It can have a little angle on it, but the more it's perpendicular to the skin, the more the cymbal is in the null point, which means less cymbal, and that's good. We don't want cymbals in our tom mics if we can help it. It's part of the reason why 421s are pretty much universally loved on tom mics, except how shitty they make the cymbals sound. Some tom mics, if you have some cymbal bleed, it works. It's kind of okay. The 421s specifically make cymbals sound like crap. So, you get that nice chest punch people like, but there's a negative. So if there's something like this, if I can't ignore it and it winds up being a pain in the ass, we have several options. I could literally go in and just cut it out and set this thing normal, because the rest of the time it didn't bother me. There was actually nothing up. It's okay. So that's probably a better move. Just cut it out of this one spot and then bring the settings of this thing back to reasonable settings. That's my current theory. Oh, that's interesting. Was I twisting the freaking wrong knobs the whole time? Oh, nice. Brain fart. Beautiful. So I'm on tom 2, twisting these knobs like crazy, when the floor tom is the one I was trying to hear a difference on, because that's the thing with the problem. Beautiful. Welcome to the party, pal. Welcome to the party, pal. Here we go. This is cool stuff to know. GDP's dropping the knowledge. To qualify for a Grammy, an album needs 5+ tracks or just be over 30 minutes. At least 75% must be newly recorded, previously unreleased music. Traditionally, an album is 7 tracks or over. I dig it. This is kind of oversimplified. It also needs to be commercially released, amongst other things. If the album is 70 minutes long and the average BPM is below 60, it also qualifies as a sleeping narcotic. Oxford is relatively new, but people say it works. I don't know what they mean by that, but it works. LOL. Hilarious. Beautiful. You guys got this. You guys got this. Hit the like button. Don't forget Discord City if you want to join a crew of musicians. I mean, engineers, musicians, mixers, everybody just like you doing the thing. Check out our Discord. It's an amazing place over there. And I enjoy checking out what's over there, and I try not to like take over on there, and I let people do their thing. Everyone's doing their thing. It's awesome. I love it. It's pretty amazing. Everyone talks about stuff I don't even know about sometimes. So I'm just like listening with my hand on it. Like, that's so interesting about the keyboards, Mr. Psychotronic on there, building stuff. It's pretty awesome. Sonic Soundwork on there, sharing his wisdom and knowledge and a bunch of cool stuff. People drop, links to awesome videos that are helpful in some way or another. It's really cool. I dig it. It's awesome over there. And it's free to join, keep in mind. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, Mr. Psychotronic, before you even showed up, I started talking about you. All the sounds. Double bicycle horn. We're doing our thing. How you doing over there, bud? You didn't miss the stream. We're in it. We're grooving. I don't even know what time it is. We're grooving. What time is it? It's 2:44. No, we started at 12:30. We're 2 hours and 15 minutes in. We're doing it. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm looking at the volume into the master fader and making sure we have some room there. Because when I automate VCAs, we come up, and I don't care about level. I've never been done with a track and been like, man, this is just 10 dB too quiet, or 5. It's never happened before. So I feel like it doesn't matter. Now, granted, it's all personal experience and what you deal with, and if that happens to you, then maybe you can't look at it that way. But when I err on the side of less into here, it always sounds better, and I can always make up the level afterwards in a few different ways. There's no real reason to come into the master super hot. When I'm looking at the ATR, this meter tells me a lot too. I like it when it's shy. I don't want it to be up by 3 or 0. I don't think this sounds better when that's the case. It's not real tape. So to me, it's just a freaking, it's a digital recreation of a hammer. It's not a hammer. So you got to kind of keep it over here. Let the fills and the tom, hits jump up if they need to. The rest kind of does its thing in that lower zone, and I'm satisfied. See, this is a good example. After the master fader, I'm going to mess with this a bit and turn this up a smidge. Let's jump to the other view. I agree, Mr. Psychotronic. The stuff you're doing makes me feel like what's the right word? It makes me happy that someone's out there doing all this awesome stuff. That's what it does. Because it's like that the building end of the gear is one that I am not familiar with, and I love hearing about it, just like Shigiono loves hearing about it. I'm sure other people do too. How you're just ordered some stuff for Russian PCH etching. Planning fixes for the amp section of the old Uher reel-to-reel with it. Amazing. What is that? The Uher reel-to-reel, is that half inch? What is that? What do you put on that thing? That sounds awesome though. Exchanging the old can capacitors on them. I'll just introduce a board instead for normal caps. Those cans cannot be built anymore. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome, man. I got a buddy who builds pedals, a really good friend of mine. Amazing builder. I keep trying to get him into the design aspect of it because whenever he tells me he's building something, I'm always like, ooh, if you're going to do that, add this and add that. And, and if you can, make it switchable so that you can put those two things. I don't want to even give away what it is because it's not my place to do that. But what he was talking about building, I was like, can you do this and that? And he told me, he's like, that's the design stuff. You're talking design, and he's just an amazing builder. That's what he does. He builds the stuff, but he's got to find a working design to be able to do it. He's not really a circuit designer type dude. But I feel like if through this channel I can find somebody who's good at designing circuits and, designing what to be built, it would be cool. Because some of these ideas I have, I look at every pedal from a mixing standpoint of it would be cool if we can decide the order. EQ into dynamics, dynamics into EQ, the ability to switch those. Whereas somebody who's thinking about building pedals may never consider how important that is. But for me, it's everything, because you can change your tonal possibilities, by a huge multiplier as soon as you have the ability to switch those two things. Now all the controls are tweakable, in many, many, many more different ways. The permutations are almost endless as soon as you have the ability to put it on either before the circuit or after the circuit. I just don't know the technical aspects of how that's even possible, when you're building stuff. I have no idea what that would entail, but I know it would be awesome. Her was a manufacturer out of Munich. Doesn't exist anymore. Oh, nice. Nice. Let's see if I can get away with this. I'm going to do less. I'm not going to abandon my do less mentality, but I just want to see if I can get away with something real quick. Can he get away with it? Let's find out. You know what time it is. Ooh, he's getting away with it. Hold on. Hold on a second, guys. It's like just in a little cool couple spots. Maybe we'll galaxy tape up. I like it. I'm going to turn off some of these other ones that are also on being crazy, because I don't think we need them all. There's plenty of them. There's too many. There's too many of them. I'm going to take all these off. Maybe we'll just leave the H910. Take all these off. H910 is cool because I feel like it's such a cool keyboard effect. It's great on vocals, great on everything. I don't know. I love this damn. I love this thing. Headphone time. Got to do some headphone checking. This is the first time I put the headphones on tonight. We got Shigiono likes the Galaxy. I agree, man. There was I freaking love that thing. Alex Christoph, do more. Spend 45 minutes on just that delay throat time, adjusting reverb, room size, and infusion. Do less. Do less. Do less. I don't know what that reminds me of. I can't figure it out. Yay, headphones is right. Mr. Psychotronic says, I'm definitely getting into audio transformers next to build myself some vintage sounding channel I can smash. That's what's up. I got to say, I don't know if you guys have noticed the last several mixes, I'm using only these instead of these because ultimately I was like, it's about time I do the switch and get, because these are just so good. Once I learn them, I know how good they'll be. So I've been using them like crazy because that's the only way I'm getting to learn them. And I feel like I know them now 120% better than I did like 2 months ago. It's just interesting how, quick it happens. How you just get more comfortable with things the more you use them. I mean, that's obvious, I guess, but right? Those headphones really bring out your eyes, Evan. Because all you can see is my eyes. It's just 2 eyes. And then these giant freaking Princess Leias. I like them, though. They're great. They are great. All right, let's go. Let's hit them with a rewind. There should be a way to like double tap this. Maybe somebody knows the answer to that who could look it up while I'm doing this. But how do you like go back to the what do you hold shift and click this? Like what's the automatic beginning? There's a button here that shows an arrow all the way to the left. I wonder if that's it. I don't want to press it because I'm scared. That's like usual. I'm scared to hit a button because it could just ruin everything. So if I touch it, I'm going to save everything. But it's like I only hit buttons I know what they do. There's a button that shows an arrow to the left. Maybe that's rewind all the way to the left. Not quite sure. It's on the UC one. It's a button I've never pressed before. I'll tell you that right now. I'm usually in Pro Tools. I'll just go like this. Bada bing, bada boom. We'll click. We'll rewind. This has got the easy transport on it. I love how it's just dancing around with these delays, but we're going to lower the volume of them a little. I'll sort of make it change a little. It's very cool. It's just really cool. I don't know if, this is a personal taste thing, right? I'll tell you, it's very cool to me. There's never a low note on guitar in almost this entire song until the end. The rest, that's why I didn't feel like it was too much low end until that last thing. That's all fine. The guitar is never really in the low register, which is cool. It's out of the way of the rest of the stuff. That's what's so cool about this. The entire, like, their arrangement is so good within what they're playing. Nobody's stepping on each other's zones. So most of the guitar. So it's just, for a while I was getting away with boosting a ton of this, but now I'm noticing there's some of the stuff at the end that I shouldn't boost that much for that. Having the SVT last is really interesting because we're controlling the signal into the SVT, and then the SVT is boosting the levels so much. It's like having EQ after compression, essentially, and it's doing a lot. It's doing a lot in that position. Which makes sense because we're EQing into the compression and then we're EQing out of the compression afterwards. So we're basically EQ on both sides of the compression. EQ here into compression and then compression and then out of the 1176 with the Ampeg. What do we got here? I agree with what you guys are saying here. I was checking this out. I spent 3 weeks. Alex Christoph drums. I spent 3 weeks listening to hundreds of bands each day through my Atom Audio HD200s, and it was a great way to learn them. That is a great way. I have a go-to playlist of 300 songs that I just put on, and any of those songs tell me everything I need to know because they're all like my favorite songs of all time. Took me a long time to put the playlist together. That's what we got here. What do we got? Alex Christoph drums probably looks silly walking the dog with studio headphones while everyone's rocking AirPods at Dr. Dre beats. Yeah, never worry about what other people think you look like. Never. You always want to look different than them. Always. You never want to blend in. As far as I'm concerned, never want to blend in. Remember to always do more. GDP Japan. There's always something you can tweak to make the mix perfect and your life miserable. 100%. The opposite, though, always want to do less, of course. Of course, we know the humor in that. And a couple examples of when to do more or less, like that, if I was mixing through my analog stuff, a lot of times you don't have to add more stuff because why? You have a harmonic generator, a noise generator, and high and low pass filters on everything you put through them. So, you basically got some of the stuff we wind up adding to this to get it, to feel that way. And right now, for some reason, I decided to go with, this may come off, but the Studer is necessary. The Studer really adds a lot for me on, and it's not something I always go to. I mean, I think you guys would notice if I did this every single mix, I don't always add that Studer, but with these guys and with the tracks that have been recorded, the mic stayed up. Everything stayed in the same place. So the things that have a tendency to work on some of the other songs have a tendency to work again, and it's not surprising. The Studer works for these guys. It really thickens up that kick and that snare in a way that still sounds natural, but gives me a nice flavor that I like a lot, a good saturation flavor. And I was using tube, but it was it almost felt too round. And what I love about tube is you have the ability to dial in so much. And it kind of seemed like on the snare, they're both working together. Sound kind of cool. Alex Christoph drums saying this track again, giving the clouds pitter-patter sounds killer. That rain clouds, nice, dude. That's awesome. Mr. Psychotronic, that's kind of why I got into all this hardware mess. I wanted things with less buttons. I totally hear that, dude. Every once in a while, I like to look at the UAD meter to determine if I should add plugins on the chips or if I should add them, natively. And a lot of times I go native just to save the chips just in case, because you don't have the ability to run every plugin native. So the ones that you do, you can get away with doing them native. Go for that so that if you did have to add, the API 550A, that's not native. Stuff like that. We may do this just with volume because I'm noticing it's going to be bringing up any of the weirdness on these tom tracks, and I don't want to do that. as I fatten up stuff, it's going to bring all that up too. So I might just sit over here and hit them with a few more dB of that. We may have to deal with That's on these tom tracks. So sometimes when the toms start bugging me a lot, that's when you'll see me reach for another gate. Sometimes the silencer, to kind of tag team with the gate that's there, so that I don't have to really drastically alter the settings that much to deal with stuff like that. Like, and sometimes on just one track, you only need it on maybe just this one. You know, slap a silencer on there, hit them with the cleaner tom preset. This is a small tom, or maybe with the heavy bleed. We'll see. See, it's all that really is doing is just changing this. You see that? Look. Actually, it's changing the D bleed. Look at the D bleed, 20%, and then when you go to, you know, heavy bleed, it's just changing the D bleed. That's all it's doing. So this is our threshold. I figured it would take the threshold in this direction, but I guess I'm wrong. So you got to kind of find where the snare hits are, and what you'll notice is because of the positioning of this mic probably, you know, you got to be meticulous with your mic placement so that the snare isn't the same volume as the toms. They should jump out. Like the way you could almost tell when you look at the track, you know, that the difference between the hits is a little too close for comfort for me. It should be like even a greater hit and compared to the rest of it. And that's really about mic placement. Because otherwise it makes it just really hard to deal with it. Makes me want to get spectral layers. Now, I've heard Chaos Dynamics talk about that before. He loves spectral layers. I've also heard Andrew Sheps talk about spectral layers. They're really the only people that I ever have heard talk about it. But it's supposedly, you know, really good for stuff like this. So I may have to investigate that at some point. Give me a freaking clear tom hit over here. See, it's too hard to tell the snares from the toms. That's what I mean by close. The snare hits are too close to looking like the same volume as the tom hits. That should not be the case. In nobody's world is that the case if you mic the drum up the way I'm explaining, where you're literally miking more. If the mic's pointed too much towards the middle of the tom, guess what? You're also pointing too much towards the snare. Not a good idea. Here we go. We finally have a tom. Sonic Soundwork, what's popping over there, bud? Sonic Soundworks asking, do you use the UAD Fatso sometimes? Yeah, sometimes. It's one of my, I like it and I don't. I like it and I don't. It's weird. I have that relationship with a lot of the like the distressor also. I like it sometimes, but 9 times out of 10 I prefer an 1176. But I like it, and if I was going to go with some of the like 2A type settings, I prefer a 2A. It's weird. I have a weird love-hate relationship with them. I like them a lot for their like just how you can kind of grind them, like really, distort them, like push them. I like that, but I don't know. Something about like my choice is always the 1176. If I had to pick one, I would always pick the 76 over the stressor. And the Fatso is, I know it's different, and I don't know. It's not like one of my favorites. I like your idea about playing cymbals separate. I've actually, it can only work in certain contexts. Can't work in a context like this where everything's a jam because the parts aren't planned out. So how is that going to work? You really have to know what you're playing. When Eric Valentine did that, he never did it again after he did Queens of the Stone Age, Songs for the Deaf. He never did that again. He did it on that album only because it was such a pain in the butt. And it was also, you have to basically set up pads for the cymbals. So they were electric cymbals essentially. So he could hit something, but, they would put real cymbals thereafter. And then they switched it. They did pads for the skins, electric drums for the skins, and then real cymbals. So it's a pain. It's annoying. I'm pretty sure he probably had to do so much editing that like while he was dealing with it, that they basically said, forget this. At some point it was like a forget this type of game. They did it. They finished it. The album was great. However, he never did it again. That should be pretty telling for you. So, I like the idea. If you can do it, it's a great idea. But it's like I said, circumstance based, I think. It's Amin Hossein. It's Amin Hossein. How we doing? It's Amin Hossein. How we doing, bud? Good to see you over there, man. We got Alex Christoph drums, right, of course, and I do sum it all to one track for more raw sound. I just prefer not fighting bleed if necessary. Of course. I'm with you 1,000%. Fighting bleed is the absolute worst thing of all time. How's it going? It's Amin. It's been a minute, man. How's it going over there? We got this jazzy fusion, crazy styles blended, amazing track over here by Nicholas Desouza and Hairbrain. Yo, Sonic Soundwork, I was talking about that earlier, bud. Sonox has Drumgate 2 out, and it seems nice. I was just talking about that earlier on this stream because, you know me. I'm always craving a better gate. And I also mentioned how you mentioned spectral layers. That's Spectral layers is something I'm seriously considering. I know it's like an arm and a leg. You have to like donate a kidney to buy it. I mean, I think it's super expensive, right? I could be wrong. I think it's up there. I don't get, if it's subscription, I ain't gonna get it. But if I could buy the thing and it ain't an arm and a leg, I may consider it. But I may go Sonox Gate first because I'm such a Sonox fan. I love the Sony plugins. They're awesome. And, you know, they're still the OG plugins and they're so good. All of them. The suppressor's my favorite de-esser. I mean, talk about amazingness. The drum gate too looks very versatile. That's what I like about it. You know, I have a multi-band drum gate and I never use it because it's such a weird beast. Like I haven't really figured out how to make it good yet. The multi-band gate. We're over here rocking and rolling. I got to tell you, I love the 542s. Was it 942? 542? I never remember, but it's like the 992 and the 942. When you click the black knob, changes up to the, I call it the rounder EQ. It feels more round to me, which is darker on top really, but also just the low end feels very different. Sorry if that's annoying, but that's the way to do it. If you're trying to dial toms in, might as well hear the freaking toms. We don't need all the rest of it. And the thing that's the most frustrating is how the toms don't really look like toms, right? Like, you can't really tell where they are. You can kind of tell where they are. You just can't tell where they are as much as I would like. Yeah, dude, Nick is amazing. Sonic Soundworks said, "Yeah, I bought spectral layers for $200, but it's really nice. I use it mainly for drums, kicks, snare, toms, and sometimes even overheads." You know, I mentioned this earlier, that you and Andrew Sheps are the only two people I've ever heard talk about it, and I'm sure it's awesome, because, like, that's enough. I don't need more than that. That's enough people talking about it to tell me that it's awesome. And literally, it's exactly the same. You know, you brought it up when I was fighting with cymbals on something, because it's probably one of the most common things to fight with. If the mics aren't placed perfectly, you know, and even sometimes if they are, if it's the wrong mic, it's not placed perfectly, if the part being played isn't such where there's a big difference between the volume of the cymbals and the volume that the skins are hit, then, you know, you really benefit from the ability to separate the cymbals out completely. Like, that sounds amazing. I might have to mess with that. But I might trial Sonox Gate 2 first to see if I can get stoked on that, because that just seems more straightforward in the way I'm used to dealing with things. With a gate, you know, SSL gate is like my favorite thing ever, but it doesn't always work. Not as well as maybe we would want. Like, I mean, you know, if the volume of the track is here, listen to how loud the snare is. And listen, like, why? It's too close. It's just everything's too close in volume. Which makes it real hard to set this stuff. But, you know, we do what we can. Yeah, Nick's an amazing player. So tight. So tight. The whole band is ridiculous. My bad. I had to turn on I'm about to do some VCA automation, so I want to turn this on first. This looks like a lot, but it's only 2 dB because we have a half multiplier on. Basically just turning down 150 so far, and I'm going to maybe set this back at 0. This is whatever was on the last song or the one before it or whatever. I like my 20 hertz high pass filter and my 20 kilohertz low pass filter. I like those a lot. They have a tendency to just make things sound more pleasing to me. Not always, but a lot of times. The compression is off. This would be in. This would be off. Your gain reduction meter is dark, you notice. Now it's on. Now it's off. Keep that off. We'll just use this thing for basically its color box features, the analog converter emulation here, and the line amp, and very little EQ, but the filters like really nice, and a little of this bias knob cranked is always nice. Thank you, Shigiono. I appreciate that. Shigiono wrote, "It's grooving nicely." Now we're grooving over here, man. We are grooving. You know what I might do, and I don't usually do this, but I might do it in this case. I want to hear more of the room. We're going to see if this works. It might not. We're going to take the level of the send, this 7980 level, and we're going to juice the goose prior to getting into this loud part. The loud part, it sounds good like this, I think. Whatever, we'll see. Maybe I want to bring that up too, but I want to just more room mic, because all the stuff he's playing is so delicate and intricate, like little stuff. I just want to hear a ton of it. And I don't want to hear it in my face, like close mic style. I want to hear it room mic style as a whole. That's so weird. That's a weird glitch that just happened. You see this -5 too? Why isn't it moving? Oh, because that's the volume. Duh. But why isn't it showing me? That's so weird. Anyway, it's okay. I know what it's doing. Duh. I just made a very crazy duh move. Let's hit the button for the duh. What do we got? Rockstar sugar-free lemonade, making me feel like a gosh darn Terminator. I agree. Sometimes I don't drink that stuff because that stuff makes you want to punch. That dude's going home to punch. Theo Von joke right there. Let's do our water plug-in. Everybody hit the water plug-in if you got one. Little ASMR. Water gurgles. Let's do it. Kick VCA. Snare VCA. This is how you rock VCAs if you're curious. You just rock them, you know. If I were to take off the snare one, I'll just delete it. I'll show you the goal here is any snares you got. You got snare top, bottom, side, you know, whatever you got, you would group them all together, but not anything that is being fed from your snare tracks, like the verbs. You leave those alone. I used to do it with it on because I thought I wanted like twice as much verb, because you bring up the level, you'll also bring up the verb. So I was like, ooh, that's cool, twice as much verb. So it's not like you can't do it. I just have a tendency to like it better now without doing that. It seems to just keep the balance I've achieved. Like if I wanted to use a reverb on the snare or something, I could get a little bit of that same maintained balance better whatever the balance was if I don't group it. So here, snare VCA, you select it just like in this VCA section, snare VCA, bada bing, bada boom, hit enter. Now, as long as you just have snare selected like I do, only thing that goes in there is a snare. Now we go toms all day. Now, granted, just like before, I don't want the parallels, okay? But the trick is, how many things do you want to automate? In my opinion, you don't need to automate rack toms separately. You already made the blend where you like it, so why do you need to do tom 1 separate than tom 2 when you're automating? You don't. You need control over everything in your 4 fingers on each hand. Like, that's the goal. If you can get that, you're doing well. So tom 1 all the way down to the, room mic, so all the toms, and I call that drums VCA. And I stole these names from Andy Wallace. I'll be perfectly honest with you. This is what he does. It's the way he does it. He does his kick VCA, his snare VCA, his all drums VCA, his bass VCA, his guitar VCA, his other VCA, and then vocals VCA. The last VCA in his group of 8 is a master control for the other VCAs. It's a way to lower all the VCAs because he's on his SSL. Whereas in our workflow, we don't really need that because we could group them and then just lower them all by lowering one because we're in a DAW. It's a little different. But so I have a tendency to use all 8 sometimes, but a lot of times I'll just use 7. Sometimes in this case, there's no vocals. I'll use 6. You get me? So trick is you grab the last drum, you go to the first drum here on the tom section, drums VCA, you go to the VCA section, you dump it in. All right. Now you go just for bass would be 1 track, bass VCA. Now for guitar VCA. You could have 10 guitars. It still is going to work the same. That's what I want everyone to realize. It doesn't change because you've got, whatever you got. Keys VCA, other, and then I'll change the name of that. All right, now if you mess up, you can go in here and hit modify groups and then deal with it. I don't like doing that. If I mess up, and I also ungroup them because if I want to edit just the snare and then I forget, then it's going to be grouped. So after I've done that, I just take off the thing in the group, highlight thing so that I have control over each track individually, but the VCA still applies. This is just for the group part of it, but the VCA is still active. So if you mess up and you do, keys with your tape echo and you realize, ooh, no, I don't want that because this keys track is feeding the tape echo. So less volume from the keys track means less volume gets to the tape echo. So they're working together. You don't need this too, right? So let's say you accidentally grabbed it. I just click the one. I make sure nothing else is highlighted. Whether or not that matters, to be honest, I don't know. I just make sure only the thing is highlighted I want because that's the only way that makes sense to me. And then I go delete active group. So if nothing else is highlighted and just the keys, delete active group, gets rid of that, and then I just do it again. You click the one you want. Just keys, none of this, just that, keys, bada bing. You go keys, VCA. Do it again. All right. And when I go down to the bottom, I'll change other. And I don't need to touch any of these because they're all being sent already from, they're being fed by the keys track. So there's nothing I got to do there. We'll change other to keys so it makes sense. There's already a hak to, there's already a smora, meaning the hoda. So we don't need that. So what are we going to do? We're going to call it key VCA, singular. Ha 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 ha, tricked them. Now this is none and this is none in this particular case. Ha ha ha, tricked them. Ha ha. I'm going crazy, out of my mind. Why? Because it's 4:05 a.m. No big deal. We're moving and grooving. If we can get done with this in 4 hours, that'll be fantastic. If not, it's a very long song. But it's a 7.5 minute song, which is pretty crazy. I dig it. What do we got? I don't see, it's funny. I feel dumb for not asking guitar rig rundown, please. If we know, Alex Christoph, that's a good question. I believe, and I'll have to confirm this with Nick, but I believe he's using like a fractal or something. He's got a whole pedal board situation. So he probably is using, I know he's got tons of pedals. So, guitarists, we have tons of pedals. He's got tons of pedals, but I know his pedal board has a stereo out. It's got, I think it actually has like 4 outs or something, because there was a couple tracks where like his board was going into another board and they were both stereo outs feeding, whatever this was being recorded on. So, but if I remember correctly, he hardly ever used that second board. It was just connected and didn't need it. He just used his board. So it was like a double track for no reason, essentially. It's just a duplicate of the recording. But they had the ability to have these 2 pedal boards set up because his board has 4 outs. Not uncommon on boards, I guess. But nonetheless, I have no idea what it is. I don't know what the pedals are. I don't know most of it. Guitar wise, I think he's using a. I don't want to get it wrong. I think it's like an Ernie Ball Music Man. I think, could be wrong, but I think that's what he's using. I know he also has an Epiphone, like 335. But I think he's using the Music Man. I'm not positive. It's funny too, because I asked him, but I can't remember. Because that's something I always want to know, and I did ask, and I just have no recollection of what the answer was. You guys talking about Asian massages? Yep, they're great. Alex Christoph drums. We go Sonic Soundwork. I recently recorded with a Yamaha subkick and love the low end I got from it. Nice. The speakers, like NS10s, taken out of the Eric Valentine way, where he takes the speaker out of the NS10 enclosure and he keeps one in, because what he found is when you use 2 of them, one in the enclosure and one out of the enclosure, and he basically wires a cable from the speaker to an XLR jack, male at the end of it, so he can put the male XLR into a mic pre. What he basically found out was it sounds better to combine those 2 and have one out of the enclosure and one in, rather than do the out of the enclosure way only. Pretty cool. I'm always fascinated with, the way he records drums. But in general, it's Sonic Soundwork said, I watched a Q&A with Eric Valentine yesterday, and he had some interesting insights about his workflow, and it was also interesting to hear that he really digs the Atom A7s as secondary monitoring. Yeah, that is cool too. I heard that. I think it started out as like something he could get locally because he needed to work on something, is how it started, and then he started to, let's be honest though, the dude has amazing monitoring. That's like, that he's using primarily, but I know also he likes the Atom A7s. And I know that's a buzzword when people hear that, because anything somebody hears, when we hear stuff that's not expensive, we take it as that's amazing. But, how much time is he spending on those compared to his amazing monitors? I don't know. I know he was very, I don't know what monitors he's using right now, but was it the Strauss or something he was using for a while? This, I can't remember. My brain is really starting to fart. Brain farts, guys. I think it's Strauss. It's the one with that little speaker on top. It's like a little cube, and then it's like a hi-fi speaker, kind of. But they're supposedly amazing. And some kind of sub. But maybe he's using something else now. I don't know. Engineers have a tendency to sometimes switch up their speakers, their monitors. Not always, but at least one set of them they switch. Like Serban's been using Proax for a really long time, and probably still is, and probably will forever, because he loves them and knows them. I know Mark Daniel Nelson just switched from his ATC 45s to PMC 82s, which is cool. I think they're the 82s. I know he switched to PMC. It would make sense that he would go with the 82s. And I found that interesting because, I'm a huge ATC fan, and I never tried the PMC 82s, but they were on my radar. I just never tried them. I felt like the best low end I was ever going to get was from the Keys, and it was. And that's when I realized, like, this is too much low end, actually. It's like overwhelming the room. And not only this room, it's overwhelming any room that's touching this room. And you can adjust it and take that down, but I just felt like that was the strong point of that speaker almost, was like how much low end it kicked. And everything else was sort of, I mean, for me, it didn't work. It was a cool speaker, just didn't work for me. But yeah, it's all cool. It's Amin is asking a good question. He's saying, how do you think I should go about finding new mixing clients that aren't necessarily local to me? I would, you have to become Johnny on the spot, man. You know, no matter what business, it's the guy that's the hungriest that gets the business. So you should watch the Edwin McCain interview on Rick Beato's channel, because Edwin McCain sort of came up in the 90s around the same time that like Hootie and the Blowfish was coming up. And he had a personality that refused to be denied, and he would basically book all his own dates, his own tour, his own everything. And when they finally gave him a van to drive around the country with, he didn't want to go home because he knew he'd have to give the van up. So he kept touring, kept playing. He's like, let's book more shows. The way he would do it is he'd call up all these places constantly, on the daily, every day. And if you contact bands and tell them you want to work with them, and you're willing to do the first song at a discount, and give them some price where they can't say no, or practically free, whatever you have to do. I'm not recommending anybody devalue themselves completely and do stuff for free, but if you're reaching out to a band, it's very different than if they reach out to you. So you may have they may be willing to do it if it doesn't cost them anything or very little. And that's how you prove yourself, and bottom line is, you don't care if they use you forever after that or not. Like, it'd be great if they did, but if the goal for you is to get experience and to get mixes under your belt and into your catalog of stuff you've done, then any way you get them is good. The man who is the most hungry will get the most stuff. And I mean, it comes down to putting yourself out there and reaching out. And today with Instagram and Facebook, you can reach out to anybody constantly, That's what I would do. If I was trying to get new clients, I would do that. What did I miss about Uncle Rick? Uncle Rick says all these acronyms are reminding him of his drill sergeant. I love the comic relief you provide, my dude. It keeps us alive in here. Mr. Psychotronic says, I have a pair of Adams A7Xs as secondaries. They feel more like hi-fi speakers to me. I prefer my General X. Yep, it's a big to each his own. Whenever we get into speakers, it's such a to each his own, because nobody hears the same, and nobody like wants to hear what, like, I don't want to hear what someone else thinks is good. I want to hear something that, like, to me makes sense. I need it to sound the way I'm expecting things to sound, because it's too hard to like change that. Clearly we could learn speakers and take time to do that, but the closer it is to what you want from it, the better, I think. And every room is different. So if you love your speakers in one room, that's not necessarily saying you're going to love them in another room. Or vice versa. You might have to learn them in another room. Like, we have to learn all sorts of stuff. But the placement is key. Mess with placement. I've talked about that a lot, but it's all about placement. Like, where you put the speakers, how high, how far from you, how far from the wall, where your listening position is within the room. So critical. And some stuff, like, sometimes space dictates a lot of it. Like, you just can't do certain things because of space. It's just how it is. You just got to deal with it. So you're forced to learn. You're forced to have a null, a little bit of a lull at, like, whatever, some 120, 150, some zone, depending on where your stuff is. No problem. It's Mr. Psychotronic says, I do my stuff on the Genel X and switch back and forth here and there only. GDP loves his Genelecs too. GDP's a Genelec fan. No problem. It's Amin. Yes, GDP added a great tip here. He says also always get credited and make sure your name is all over the place. Homepages, magazines. Be yourself. You are your own brand. Keep it real, but credits go everywhere. Yeah, that's the thing. Like when you talk to the band to get, the right to do stuff, like when you ask for them to send you a song so you can mix it or whatever it is so they can try you out, and whatever deal you structure, just make sure to throw in, all you want is, keep it as simple as possible. All you want is credit for the whatever if they use it. That's it. That's all you want. All you want is credit for whatever you're doing, mixing, mastering, whatever it is that you're specifically doing. That's what you want credit for. All you want is credit if they use it. And use it means post it too. It's like if you use it or post it. It's like, because sometimes people think, oh, well, we didn't release it. We just put it on our video to gain, to promote ourselves. Well, that counts as using it, You want to be credited wherever possible if you use it. They'll understand that. That's a normal thing. But at least having the conversation, you may need to remind them also if they decide, when they reply, oh, I love it. It's great. Thanks. I really appreciate it. Just, please don't forget to credit me when you use it. Just, because people forget. It's a really good point, GDP. Alex Christoph Drum said, I've noticed I love flat, but it's nice to have a bit of low boost for certain situations. That's why I hated the MM100s. I was so stoked about those two. Yeah, every Audisy or Audisy or however you say it, Audis. I used to think it was called Audis. Like Audis, not. I used to think that's what it was called, and the LCDXs have a ton of low end. If you're ever looking for those, and you can find those usually, used $500, $400. Like, they're not cheap, but they're cheaper than buying them new, by a long shot. And they got so much low end that, I feel like if you put too much low end in your track and you listen on those, you'll be able to tell. That's definitely the truth. I wound up going with these because they were a little more money, but I felt like they were more the way I like to listen. I mixed on NS10s for a long time. I like, these aren't NS10 sounding, but they are very balanced. The low end though is definitely prevalent. It's just less prevalent than the LCDXs. The LCDXs are more scooped. LCDXs have more low end and more high end and less mids. These have a much more balanced amount of mids compared to the lows, and the top has a little bit of a roll off, which I like, because for me, I can check the top on these speakers, but I hate bright. I'm like, I don't know if you guys have noticed that. I don't like bright. So bright to me is like, I can't listen to bright. It roughs my ears up too much. It's part of the reason I love my monitors, is because they are so like lush, like mids, not so much on the, sparkly on top. And I hate that extra sparkle. That's like my least favorite thing ever. So that weird shiny top was like, ugh. After I thought I liked it at first because it's this weird feeling, but then these are much rounder on the top. What's going on, AIM Energy? Poppin', dude. How we doing? I appreciate that flame. And so does Nicholas Desouza and the Hairbrain. And Hairbrain, rather. I don't think there's a "the" in there. That's my bad. Nicholas Desouza and Hairbrain. You know, it's the Facebook. So I just made everything, what did I do? 1.3 to 3.8 was at 1.5 dB lower. 1.3, 2.3, or no, 2.5 dB lower, my bad. 1.3, yeah. So I went down 2.5 dB to give myself a little bit of more room on the master while I'm going to automate stuff right now. The last thing I care about is volume. It's like the last thing. Also, when I look at this, we're coming in super gentle. It's about 2 dB. Thank you, Shigiono. I appreciate that. The Shigiono said, "Catch you guys later. Sounding really good. Evan, excellent work as usual." Shigiono, I really appreciate that, man. Thanks for stopping by, doing your thing. We always love having you here. Thanks for being part of this, watching. I appreciate it, man. Mr. Psychotronic said, "I heard a few years ago on the Super Booth in Berlin, but I couldn't really tell if I liked them. I might get into building myself some mix cubes." Mix cubes are awesome. They're awesome. And you can often find those used also for a couple $100. You can get a mix cube. Some people like to just get one and put it, mono in the middle. Or you could even put it off to the side and just kind of get a perspective from that thing in mono. I was talking about that with somebody recently that like I really don't ever mix in mono. And what I noticed is a lot of guys that feel that way. Like Sheps does not check in mono. Andrew Sheps never checks in mono because according to him, he doesn't understand the mix in mono. Like he's just like, it doesn't tell me anything that I need to know. And it seems to be very confusing when I flip to mono. So he doesn't do it. And I've always kind of looked at it the same way. You know, I never felt any use for mono. It just never made sense. I'd listen to it in mono and be like, okay, clearly now the stuff that was on the sides like ear candy is not there, but I can kind of tune that out if I'm trying to hear the mix without that anyway. So I don't understand what the point is. You know, that stuff gets lower. It's like who cares? It just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. I know some people love it, so I'll probably start a fire by talking about this, but at the same time, not everybody loves it. CLA doesn't use it. A lot of guys don't check in mono. Sonic Soundwork was saying, I was interested in Eve monitors, but I got a pair of Dyne Audio and love them. That's awesome. Dyne Audio is a quality company, too. They're awesome. And Eve is, if I'm not mistaken, Eve monitors is what David, Mixbus TV, uses, Eves. And he's got the big Eves. Those speakers go for a pretty nice amount. They're not cheap. If I'm not mistaken, they're like 7,000 a speaker or something, 6,000 a speaker, 6.5, 7. They're like 12 to 14 total for the two, something like that. I think the ones he has, the big, they're pretty big. They're not small. All right, let's do some automation. So I highlight my section for automation, and now I'm going to jump over here. And that awesome sound you hear is the UF8 flipping into position. Because I click here so that the one that shows up selected is bright and I can see it. And let us flip. And really all I need is kick, snare, drums, bass, guitar, and keys because there's no vocals. So that's awesome. And I will jump over here to that's our small view, and there might come a moment where I will go to the zoomed in view. But let's do the small view for the moment. In fact, let me just dust that screen off one time. Okay. It's just life, man. Accumulation of dust is what happens. Here we go. Now, a lot of times I will actually automate with the inflator on or whatever I'm going to put on it on. But in this case, I'm not going to do that because I want the best sense of my moves that I'm making. And then at the end, I plan on turning on a little bit of stereo imaging and the Oxford inflator. Things to keep in mind when you're using a stereo imager, like a widener, don't hit it very hard. The less you do on that thing, the better, because you don't want the center to become less powerful. And that's what happens. You're making the sides sound louder and wider and get bigger, but you lose power in the center. So it's a balancing act. And if you've mixed the song where the center has plenty of power, then you can get away with some of that on the sides, you know, that stereo width, and it'll be okay. But don't get tricked. Our brain loves wider. We always assume wider sounds better, just like brighter sounds better, just like louder sounds better. All these things are tricks that, you know, for whatever reason, we get tricked in the moment and we don't realize what we're losing. But don't sacrifice a good mix for making it too loud for no reason. Don't make it too bright for no reason. And don't make it too wide for no reason. But a little bit is okay. Not all the time, most of the time. Here we go. Pong Master, let me jump in and give you a what's poppin'. We got our Pong Master 1, 2, 3 rolling through. We got Pong Master saying, when you mix in mono, you're going to separate the sounds and character much more, which can be a benefit. Think early Beatles. For some people, not everybody. Some people hate it, including me. I hate it. I think it makes absolutely no sense for me. Some people love it. Joe Ciccarelli loves it. Andrew Sheps never does it. CLA never does it. So there's a lot of guys that do it, and there's a lot of guys that don't. I think that's one of those topics that's split 50-50. I think it sucks. I don't like it. But that doesn't mean that I won't revisit the idea again, because that's what I do. I like to change my mind. It's been years since I've actually tried to mix in mono, and I probably should, because maybe now, all of a sudden, I'll find some benefit in it. I recommend everybody do that. You could have your ideas of what you like and what works for you and what doesn't, and then try to change your own mind. Don't just live in your belief of like, it's always got to be this way. And I'm going to take my own advice and try it. I just don't, I don't want to do it on this mix, but I probably one day will throw, a down mixer on there so I could hear the song in mono. I used to, check when I would do it with like individual sounds or something, like to check phase or whatnot on the 50-60. I used to click the mono button sometimes for that, but I would never like check my mix in mono. I am part of the group that doesn't do it. There are people who do it, but I definitely don't. And like I said, one day maybe I'll feel differently. I was talking about this with GDP earlier, like the other day. I was saying, it's possible I should try it, because it's been years and I've been stuck in this thought that it doesn't help for all this time. And maybe now it might, for some reason, maybe for whatever reason it might help. But the other thing to consider is that left and right speakers down mixed to mono is not the same thing as one speaker in mono, like the Beatles were doing. The Beatles mixes that they were a part of in the studio were not two speakers down mixed to mono. And it's very different. It's not the same thing at all. It's totally different. Having one speaker send you all the information is not the same as this. So no matter what, people like or don't like and do or don't do, it's got to make sense to you. And if it does, go for it. I'm not telling you you shouldn't. I'm saying I am not part of the crew who does. I'm part of the other crew. All right, let's jump off here. Flip these things into gear here. So far, I don't want to touch anything. Maybe some drum stuff. I don't know, but woo-hoo-hoo. I don't want to touch much. I don't want to touch it much. I don't want to touch it much. I don't want to fall asleep 'cause knows I missed you, baby, and I don't wanna mix in mono. And every time I dream of you, that's when I dream. Well, now I do. I still miss you, baby, and I don't wanna mix in mono. I don't wanna mix one cube. I don't wanna mix two cubes. Anyway, sorry, getting carried away here a little bit with the Steven Tyler impressions here. We're doing okay. So far, there's nothing to touch. I don't think there might be. Well, we're going to find out if there's anything to touch this whole time. The keys feel maybe a little loud, but I love it simultaneously with it being loud. I'm like, that's kind of cool. And then I hear the perfect amount of like little trickery of that, like, you know, little weird effect stuff we added there in the background. Every once in a while when he hits hard, it's like you hear the. So we're going to find out. But yeah, I like that idea. Sonic Sound, where it got one mono mix cube. He tried it. He said he didn't like it that much. He won't be doing it much more, but he tried it. Yeah, it might be cool to try. If people are going to try the mono thing, like if I'm going to do it, that's probably what I would do. I would take one speaker and put it in the center. You know, I could do it like any time because I could probably set up the those iLouds. I have like the mini little iLoud guy. Put that thing in the middle, you know. You can put it anywhere. You can put it over there and then just turn like this. Now it's in the middle. But, you know, I might do something like that to try it. Because to me, that feels proper rather than just using the down mixer. It doesn't feel right to me. But maybe I'll try both. Maybe I'll try both like on a video or on a live stream and then kind of talk about my, you know, my findings and maybe why I don't like it or why I do. And maybe you guys could, you know, I don't know, suggest things to change stuff so that we can dial that in or something. Because I'm not moving my main monitors, obviously, but maybe with a second set, I could move them or figure it out in some other way. I just never really found a use for it. That's the thing also. You'll find some things just don't work for everybody. That's the truth. You could try to fight it all you want, but some things just don't work for everybody. All right, we clearly need more guitar. That's what we need. Let's do it. I'm going to undo what I just did. Let's get more guitar from Jump. Can't forget about that bass fill. What's going on, Valentine? Up to RC. How you doing, man? Good to see you, dude. We are indeed still mixing. We started at 12:30 tonight, a.m. East Coast time, and we are rocking and rolling as we do in the wee hours of the morning, and we are keeping it moving simultaneously. And we're doing pretty well. I feel like, what's it been? It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. It's not bad. We are doing our thing. This is a long track. It's a 7.5-minute track. We're about halfway done with our automation at the moment. After that, we shall move to some final finishing touches on the mix bus and maybe some stuff here and there throughout the tracks, and then we will call it. But yeah, we're moving and a grooving. So we're doing our thing. And that bicycle horn, that's that bicycle horn of good measure, good luck, good fortune, and, good morrow. Good morrow. Does anybody remember that? Good morrow. What's good morrow from? Throw it in there if you know what that's from. Alex Christoph drums saying, I'm getting my mix sounding okay. I had 2 old tracks I just had to redo because the riffs were so good still. Nice. What you working on, Valentine? Up to RC. What you working on? You got a track you're in the middle of rocking with? What do you got going on over there? Yeah, if you're interested in ISRC code talk, we got some of that going on right here. A lot of the distributors, they give you the ISRC codes, or at least CD Baby does. They always could, figure that part out for you, where I think you pay them like almost nothing, or maybe it is nothing. I'm not sure, but I can't remember last time I uploaded something through CD Baby. But it was they give you the ISRC codes if you want them. But that's cool that you guys figure that part out too if you need. Sonic Soundworks saying we have a good organization for artist rights when recording and playing live, but it's a lot of information and it gets confusing for a lot of artists, so they leave it because it can be complicated. Yeah, that makes sense. The trick to doing automation, if you want to know some tip, keep the music low. If your ears compress, you won't be able to know what's going on, and that's what happens when you listen loud. So the only way to do automation like this is to keep the music super low. That will give you the best cues of balance of what's too loud or what you can't hear, if the kick is lost. You should be able to hear the kick and snare when stuff's low. If you can't, then that's not good. But this type of music is so dynamic that there's moments where he's barely playing the snare or barely playing the kick or not at all. He just leaves it out, and he's on the ride and doing some tom stuff. It's very dynamic. So those rules don't apply about always hear the kick and snare. If it's playing, always hear it. But a lot of this song, it's barely playing, which means it should be kind of barely heard. You don't want to make it where it's the loudest thing in the mix when the goal was for the dynamic to be quiet. It's all about what the intent was. Like where it's like 1, 2, 3, where it's every quarter. I want to hear it, and then we do. Also, make sure you can hear the bass when it's low. If you can't hear bass when the thing is low, the bass is too low. In my opinion, hearing bass when the music's low is actually a really good tell for whether or not the bass is the right volume. Need more drums here. Yeah, the music's taking over a little here because of that effect. It's really because of this. This is what's actually hurting us right now. So I may actually turn this down a bit because it was cool at the time, and now I'm noticing we're swimming a little bit. We're swimming, guys. We are swimming. I'll take it down a little bit. Gotta make that kick so loud to hear it in this part. Ooh, I love hearing that kick there, but switch this to latch so it actually holds wherever I put it instead of let it, because now I'm already hotter than I want to be, but I'll just leave it here. Just want this guitar heard. Put this all on latch till the end. And latch means you let it go, it stays where you let it go. Okay, we're going to see. Let's just leave it there for the moment. There was maybe one smidgen. Where did the guitar come down? I brought it down a smidgen too late. That should be good. Switch back to read. Let's look at our master. I'm not clipping it like crazy. I probably will be, in which case I'll just bring down the master a little bit. Yeah, see, I already knew that was going to happen because of how loud I made it at the end there. Which I didn't anticipate doing, but as it happened, it just felt right. Now, you may ask, why did I move the stuff off there? Because I was curious what the level is without any plugins on. As soon as you put plugins on it, it's going to change what it's showing you on this meter. And I like this meter to tell me exactly how hot I'm going into what's next. Now, if I know the meter level is fine, in terms of we're not at the super top of it, yeah, sure. You could put a plugin on it and then you know you'll probably be okay. But if I'm getting any level from this, I want to know what that is compared to what it is without it. So that's the only reason I would move that off there like I did just now. In the chain, it's the same order of events. There was nothing on. It's just tape into the bus comp, into the... So the order of events is the same. The chain hasn't changed. I just moved it off there to see what level I was at on the master fader. Let's do our SSL Fusion jam. So the Fusion is, at the moment, my favorite widener to use, but I've had stints of time where I preferred the V3, the Brainworks V3 EQ has got a cool widener on it also that I like a lot. Also, if you put on headphones, you could really hear where this should be set. It's the easiest way to tell when it's too blurry. If it's too blurry, you got this thing twisted up too much. If you twist it down, it gets less blurry. Notice, keep it easy. Like, the way I usually look at this is the same way I used to look at I have the Fusion hardware. The first dot is a good spot. it rhymes. First dot, good spot. If you go to the number after the first dot, you're still in a safe zone, but don't go past that. And that's always how I viewed it, because whenever I would go past it, I'm losing too much of the center, is what it felt like. So similarly on the plugin, I try to stay within that first number, between 0 and that first number. Anywhere in here is a safe zone. That's how I look at it. It could wind up messing you up, but it's rare if it's gonna. So I wind up, that first dot is a good sweet spot, and that's where my fusion sits almost all the time, that between the first dot and the first number. And on that, this jam will fluctuate depending on what's in the song more than this will, because I don't want to go too crazy with this. I think it's one of those things that people think it's better. It's not better. All right. And I also want to remind everyone, join our Discord if you want to be part of this community where you talk with engineers like yourself about everything there is to do with music and gear and all that good stuff. We got a good, solid bunch of people over there. So if you're watching this and you haven't joined that thing yet, it's free. Our Discord link is in the description, and it pops up on the screen every once in a while. And we encourage everyone, honestly, to join it, who's, no matter what your level, if you're a beginner, if you're intermediate, if there's something you could learn or something you could add to every conversation that goes on there. And there's a lot of cool stuff on there too, people building their own stuff. We got all sorts of awesome people contributing to that in terms of, honestly, just great intel. So it's a cool place to be a part of, I think. Let's see what we got here. Go a little easier on it. See, when I do, I can't hear it. Catch you later, Sonic Soundwork. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that you dig the mix, and thanks for being part of it, dude. I always appreciate you stopping by. You always add some great info to the conversation. It's always a pleasure. Thank you for checking it out. You're the man. GDP's talking about if you publish the streaming CD release, things get very tricky. That's why being able to have an ISRC assigned before gets pretty useful. That's interesting to know. It's good stuff. That's actually pretty cool. If the C release goes first, paperwork for streaming gets messy. That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, this is that's all good intel to have, actually. Love a good rewind button. Move that second tom to the right a little bit. Started to feel that a little bit more. It wasn't moving enough for. And this is that little bit of meticulous stuff that I like to do to just ensure that these fills really hit. That's all on the floor. If you're asking how much, like 3.5 dB ish seems right for this song. Depending on the track and whatever else is going on, you may have to do more or less. See, if you raise up everything, including the cymbal crash on that tom, right after the tom fill, because may have some of it in there. Like our gates should be taking care of most of it. But if there's something left, it's going to be okay if the balance between the overheads are such where like that little bit bleeding through doesn't matter because the overheads is where you're hearing it prominently. That little bit coming through won't really make a difference. This drummer's so good. It's really, that's why I want to do this, because it would be a disservice to not hear this guy's every move. You know, just a lot of coolness in these fills. They're so good. Love these fills. Alex Christoph drums. These headphones bring out my beard. They do. Now these, I may have to clip gain so we can actually hear them, because I feel like we can't. And I think that's what these are. I think these little faint nothings are actually tom hits. Whisper faint nothings in my ear, doom my prayers, my prayer. I think these faint nothings are toms. It's like, what is that? Is that a tom? I don't know what that is. That doesn't seem like a tom. But let's see how bad this sounds. We're going to ride the room mics up on this too. I'm not satisfied with the way these close mics do us justice on this, to be honest with you. They're missing a lot. They don't feel good to me. What's going on here? That's a crash. That ain't no tom. That's our problem with that. Alex Christoph says he's copy and pasting tones from track to track too. Now I'm back and can focus. Did you add verb to them guitars? Nope, did not. There's a Cooper time cube on it, but that's it, really. I've just been doing, like, you know, you'd appreciate this, some drum fill, you know, automation. Got to do it. Specifically just on the toms, so that I don't have to bring up the between the tracks, because as we know, there's way too much drums happening between the tom hits. On the tom mics, I mean, it's not the part that was played, it's the miking. It's just so much track. So I just need to bring them up on the fills so we can really experience those drum fills the way we're meant to. Like, that doesn't sound bad, but a little 3 dB extra. A little bit of juice here. Let's juice them up. Juice. Approximately 3 dB. 3 dB. There's no magic. It's just this seems to be working in this song. Let's see if there's anything else. I think that's it, because there's not really a whole lot of tom fills here, and the song's completely different in this part of the song, so. This is just one long tom fill, this part. Toms sound good. They sound like toms. If there's not enough juice for the squeeze here, because they're hit so light and the mics, you know, are picking up so much background, we just come in here, we're going to clip gain them up. You know, just pick a spot, any spot. Boom. Because that's why it's not cutting through the gate, because it's not enough signal. So that's why you might need to clip gain a few times in a few different places to make it work in tandem with your gate. And option B is you take a part like this whole part, and we've done this a few times now because with a band that's so dynamic, you might have to do this. You take a part like this, you just duplicate this floor track, so you have one version of it that has no gates on it at all. This whole intro potentially, let's just see if this is better. We will just take off the dynamics, the gate completely, and only on this floor duplicate track is it like that. And you could potentially do that with everything, like the toms. All your toms, you'll have one version that has no gate on it. Hear how light he's playing that tom? It's like barely playing it. That's why the gates have a hard time with stuff like that. Because in the other parts of the song, it's like if he's playing anything louder, then got to set that totally differently. So I'm taking out the ring. You want a little bit of ring. You don't want a lot of it. In a part like this where the tom's constantly being played, he's basically playing the whole beat on the tom. And things you might have had to worry about when there was a lot of cymbals, like you don't have to worry about now because this part doesn't have that in it really. So since the gates aren't on and the weirdness but the gate isn't there, you can really get more out of the top end of the tom which is what I'm doing. So true, Alex. It's definitely tedious to do stuff like this, but it's worth it in the end. In my opinion, it's worth it because like this part didn't sound as good before without it. You know, we could kind of flip back to that if you want to see what that was like. That was this. It kind of works, but you lose so much of the toms, and that's why it doesn't work. So it works for the moments that the toms are hit loud enough. It doesn't work for the rest of them. So rather than try to get the perfect setting that's working in two places where the band sounds completely different, where the toms are being hit loud compared to not, just do this. This is the way to do it. And you could always like turn the, if you think there's some of the sound was coming from the compression, you wouldn't be wrong. You could turn the compression on and just keep the gates off. That's, you know, option B. And I just feel like it almost doesn't benefit, kind of, because there's compression happening here anyway, like in parallel. So it's like, do I really need it on the channel flickering the light a little bit? Maybe, maybe not. Then it becomes, where do we switch it? Just want to be able to move some stuff around here. So I'm getting rid of this thing. I don't need this thing anymore. I just basically clip gained up the toms there. So I have a group called OG drums, so I can take my OGs, which is these first few, and just move them wherever I feel like it, like maybe there. Maybe that's where we'll do the switch over. Let's see. And then, you know, everything here will be, we'll call these the rookies. These are the rookie drums. The dupes drums. So dupe drums. And maybe that's, wherever this is where we'll cut these and basically take these out the game. But we may need more. It may need to go here, but we'll find out in a second. It's somewhere like that. So you see, none of them should be playing at the same time. It's really more of a, when the dupes come out, the other one goes in. Tell you, my taste is totally to have that cymbals gated off those toms like hardcore, but then we'll lose so much of what he's playing. There's really no option there. See what I mean? It's two different drum sets, completely, totally different. You have one spot that's everything's delicate as hell, and then another spot where it's hit like drums. So because of that, we have to deal with this. We've got no choice but to deal with this. All right, dudes. Just dialing in this keyboard. Now I'm going to A and B the two of them. This EQ and this EQ. This is the OG one I had on for the most of the time, and then at some point I decided I didn't think there was enough maybe low end in the keyboard. So wow, that thing is so dark. That's why this is valuable to do these A and Bs, because you could think something's so good, and then in comparison with one other thing, you'll be like, oh, no, it's not. Because I thought that darkness was better, but now in comparison, it's not. All right, now we're closer. I think I'm liking that. But that second option really told me a lot about, what was too dark, what was too bright, and then I was able to tweak it, and I think this is now preferable. All right, let's do it in headphones, and then we'll call it a day. Just smoother because it takes up more of the frequency spectrum. There's so few instruments in this song that they have to occupy more space for it to feel full. At least that's how I'm hearing it, where it's like the keyboard works with both EQs, but this first one just doesn't have enough on the bottom. Where the guitar, when it goes up high, there's like nothing there. There's bass down low, there's keys down low, but it's just not enough. Whereas now with this EQ, it's taking up a lot more space on the bottom, because it's 650 hertz, totally wide. The rest of the top is pretty close to the same as it was before, but it's a little 215 on the bottom. We're just tickling this meter of this bus compressor in the quiet part. This thing's doing almost nothing, really little amount. You could tell this is the gain reduction, this yellow part in the middle. This is 6 dB. If it's over here, it's like 1. This would be 3 in the middle. So, you know, halfway would be like 1.5 would be here. So it's barely doing 1, which, you know, unless it's a fill or something heavy that smacks in on the 1 beat, you notice it jumps up a little, but that's really delicate. So we're being super delicate on this thing. We're trying to maintain some dynamic like it's a live performance, because it is. It's in the studio, but live. So that's where we're at. Let's print one of these. I'm feeling like if I touch too many things from now, it'll probably be all ruined. This is where we were at. This feels good. I don't want to mess with it. So let us select the beginning to end. Let us hit them with a save as. This is our first and only print of the night. So let us do it. The M1 version, wave, always got to switch this thing to output. A1314 ASLR. That's because my RME feeds the AES port out to my monitors. So I always need this for my output. Output A1340. When I'm printing stems, that's when I change this to basically print a bunch of things at once. And it's pretty awesome how you can add these days, which you never could in the old window. You know, I remember back in the day it was, well, you know, one stem at a time kind of thing. But this output down the center, A1314. Interleave 2496, add MP3. Make sure offline is off. Put it in the right place. Okay, right place, import, add MP3, 96, A24, but interleave. All right, let me turn off the mic. Let's print one. I'm going to listen to it all the way through. And anybody has any questions or anything you want to throw in the chat for wrap up, we will wrap up as soon as this is done. And we'll do a bunch of thank yous, and any other comments that wind up going in there, we will deal with those. So if anybody's got anything they're working on or anything they want to add, let me know. Let's listen to this song. And again, I recommend everybody always with fresh ears in the morning. You know, like when I get done with a mix like this, I always check it after my ears have rested. So that's when you'll know what needs to be changed. It could be one thing, it could be 10 things, but I usually listen one time, and then whatever I hear needs to change, I'll make those adjustments. It could take an hour, or it could take 10 minutes or 5 minutes. But the point is, you'll notice all the stuff you might want to change then. After a 6-hour session, even with breaks, you're probably not going to notice everything, because that's the nature of the beast. However, I find the more often than not, the more mixes you do, the less you'll have to change. But every once in a while, it just works out where that's not the case, because sometimes you do too much, bottom line. In this case, I've made a conscious effort to not do too much. And when I don't do that, I always go off the deep end. So if you haven't caught that video, you should watch it. But I basically made a video on how everyone should always just aim to do less, because then you'll land in the sweet spot. Whereas if you aim to, like, you know, do anything it needs, it's all over. If you try to fix every problem, it's all over. So here we go. Let's do it. I'm going to take this off. Let's run one. All right. All right. Look at that crazy cool dynamic in there from chill to loud. I dig it. Life is upon us. I want to check something with the toms here at the end real quick. Once we party on Wayne and party on Garth down here, what happened? Hold on, I gotta mute this because I'm hearing both. And I'm hearing both from the session start, so it's not in the right place. Hold on. Gotta slide to the right, slide to the left, to the back one time. All right. Let's do it. So the tom's over here. I have a feeling now that when we get quiet at the end, I should have done this before because I'm looking at like 3 things playing at once because I forgot to do the mutes down here. That's my own fault. I'm going to revert back to the toms that have no gates for the ending. So what I want to do is take these off. That just feels like probably the right move. Let me take these off. It's making it a pain in the ass. We basically want to go back to our ungated toms. Let's take all these things to the same place. Why don't we? Dupe drums. Let's go. Nope. Let's go dupe drums. There we go. Let's go OG drums. Alright, so this sucker's going out. Skip that. Let's do that. And this one's coming in. I knew I forgot to do something. That's what it was. Alex Christoph, if you're still around, what is just realized I have 3 tracks now about Cryptid, Skinwalker, Aswang, and Polka. I don't know anyone else who writes about that kind of stuff. I don't know either, but I could tell you that Possum Kingdom is about vampires by the Toadies. I could tell you that. I don't know what that means necessarily for what you're talking about, but at the same time, I do know that behind the boathouse, I'll show you my dark secret. Great song. Let us make sure. What's going on here? Maybe we don't need all this goose here. Why is it goosed up here? Let's go back to where it was. Maybe we'll be okay. Yeah, that feels more natural. Let's see. I don't know if we need all that extra goose right there. We might need it. Let's see. Well, we certainly don't need it where this nice loud hit happens. It's arguable maybe here, like, you know, a little goose in this, like just an extra dB might be good, or 2 dB. I mean, maybe it's arguable. I'm sure we could get away with it. We could probably get away with it. I'm not going to be sure of anything at this point, but pretty sure. I think we can rock and roll with it, you know what I'm saying? Close enough for rock and roll. Even though this is jazz fusion. What's going on with that? Let's go. Get that out of here. What are we doing over here? What are we doing over here? If anything, I want to lower the clip gain on this a little, but maybe we'll just do it on the volume. Oh, that's why we don't need all that goose here. Maybe it's down here. We don't need all that goose here. We don't need it down here. We could even lower it a bit because it's just jumping out at us. It's because of the Zener limiter. That, you know, Chandler's stuff is arguably the best stuff ever, honestly. I love the Chandler stuff. And that this quiet part is different than the earlier quiet part, and it's jumping out. That works for me. That works for me. So the ending of the song. Let me save this as M2. M1 is cached because of that tom thing at the end. That's going to make that unusable anyway, so it doesn't matter. This is going to be the one, M2. The one thing else I was thinking was maybe the drums, or like the cymbals and stuff, or the overheads, might be a little loud, but I like it because there's so few instruments in here, and there's almost like a drum solo in this song. Just like a couple spots here that we could use a little more volume on the keys. That's what it feels like to me a little bit. Just a little more volume on the keys couldn't hurt us in a couple places. It's mostly just when the cymbals come up, the keys get slightly lost. I gotta hit this right here. Want that to, I don't want the sustain to disappear. Trying to find that moment that it gets loud and bring it down. All right, this is the spot that I felt the cymbals were loud when I was listening before, right here. I'm sorry, it's this spot. It sounds great. I want the keyboard to poke up a little. Just in a couple of these. All right. That's where we're going to leave it, right there. You could actually hear Nick laughing at the end of the song, too, because, you know, that feeling you get when you're done with a sick jam and everybody knows it's sick and everybody just, you just do that kind of, that guttural, real smile from the inside where you just start doing a little bit of a chuckle and a laugh, and that's where you hear that at the end. It's pretty cool. I dig that. I dig it. We are there, guys. We've done it. We've done it. This one is going to be the one. We're going to print this. It's a double. You know, we had to do it. We had no choice. It's some of that's not like a weird perfectionist thing. That's like I forgot to do something with the toms, and then as I was listening, you know, it's like I guess my ears were still fresh enough to notice that you know, I felt like we were losing a little bit of guitar keyboard action there, but I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it with this. Sweet. And we shall call it. Let us just investigate the end. Since we have a print here, we might as well. Yep, we have the last moment of audio somewhere here. It's about the last moment of audio. Where are we at? We're at 7-0. Yeah, we're good. We got plenty of space in there. I'm down with that. Now let's look at our intro. I make it as big as possible on the zoom just so I know exactly where the first second, like the millisecond of audio, hundredth of a second of audio starts. What are we? 9/7 roughly, and then where do we down to? We're down to 9/4. That's a little close for comfort for me. I'm going to back that up a smidge. Can't hurt to just get us back. Get back out of the way. We were 9/7, so I like 0.04 of a second, no less. So this is fine, like 9/2, or I'll just go to 9/1. You won't know the difference. Once you back up to here, that little space is nothing. This is where it starts now. Like, but it just gets right to that point. You know, so we're really not losing anything at all. By any stretch of the imagination, we're really not losing anything. Let me see something real quick. Do I want to throw this on in the very intro just until we get going? Maybe. You know about this? I probably showed you guys this, but if you haven't seen it, like, I'll turn this on. I'll make sure we have at least the master bypass as a part of the game. And in this case, I may put it here, actually. Let's throw it here. I'm going to X noise, master bypass, and what we're going to do is leave it on just until we get going. And then we'll turn it off. The opposite of what I just did. We want it. Come on. Get there. Okay, there we go. So it's off here. It's on here. And once the band gets going, you'll never even notice it. But in the beginning, you'll notice noise if that's all that's there on a quiet part, which might be okay in the sense of a band like this where it's could have been done to tape, like nobody would know. So we find the sweet spot, and then we could also relax the noise gate a little so it just takes a little away and not all of it. Come on, get there. Okay. Yeah, let's relax this thing a little bit. Let's get it to learn the curve of our noise. Learn our noisy curve. It's taking a little bit away, not all of it. I like that. Once that cymbal happens, all bets are off. We're good from there. We don't need it anymore. It doesn't have to be right on the cymbal. It could be slightly after it. Before it's not good, right? Because you need to hear the cymbal. And then once the cymbal's ringing out, kill that gate. You're all good. Sometimes at the end of the song, I like to... See where it starts to go crazy right there? Like we could just turn it on there. Let's get it on earlier so we don't notice it. It's all about the placement of these things to determine if they're good or not, like where it is. I appreciate that, Alex. Thank you, dude. You're hilarious, man. And what we got here, like that craziness is on like one of the probably the room mic, to be honest with you. Let's listen to it. No, it's on the bass. Wrong again. Where, oh, where is this sound? It's on the overhead left. So what we have to do is we have to fade these out. If we don't want that crazy sound, we gotta just start fading these suckers out. Sounds like some wind, like somebody got up or somebody walked in front of something or whatever, but it sounds like I don't know, some weird wind in front of the overhead out of nowhere. Somebody opened a window, a cat farted, somebody decided to use the sit and spin. I don't know what's going on. But we'll leave it there. Yeah, that's better than whatever crazy thunder was there before. Because on a system that has good low end, like that'll bug you. Or at least it would for me. Um, so this is better. We'll get rid of that. Call it a day with that. It's definitely on the overheads. That's strangely enough. It's not on this mic at all. Okay. So let us do it. Where's this ridiculous noise gate? Good. As long as it's imperceptible to me where it comes on with my eyes closed, where I'm looking at it, like so I'm not looking at it. I don't know. I can't feel it click on or off. It's fine. And it's subtly driven right now. Like I mean, I could hit it a little harder to get more of it gone, but there's no reason to. Little noise is okay. It's just a lot of noise doesn't sound good as far as I'm concerned. Whereas a little noise feels real. Nothing is real without little noise. Alex Christoph Drum said Aunt Bessie turned on the humidifier by the overheads. It's exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like somebody kicked on the AC with the remote. Like they were, like, time to kick it on. I try to teach everybody, like, when you're done, don't put your sticks down on the drums. It's the number one thing the drummer does. As soon as he's done, he puts the sticks on the, on the snare, and they clickety clack, and like we're still fading out over here. It's like a very common thing. This drummer doesn't do that, but somebody turned on the AC is what it sounds like, or the fan, or the something. All right, running number deuce, deuce, deuce. Bring this down to reasonable levels. In terms of the zoom, it's just the zoom I'm dealing with up there. All right, M2, are we saved? We're saved. Let us run an M2. Here we go. Sorry, mic was off there. My bad. I just wanted to test something. I saved version M2. I wanted to just test overheads up, like an overhead up version in this whole intro part until it gets loud. I just wanted to give it a go because, like, even though I'm liking the way it is, I wish I had more clarity on the toms and I kind of like it this way. It's just every once in a while when the cymbal crash comes in, it is louder now. The part is being played is so delicate that the only way we could really hear it, it's not about the close mics to me. It's more about the overhead. What's going on, Brax? How you doing, Braxel, brother? How we doing, Brax? Gold clip, baby. Gold clip. We got our ambassador for Gold Clip and Oxford Drumgate questions. Hello, Evan. What do you think about the new Oxford Drumgate 2? You know what? I was talking about this earlier. I am going to try it because you know me. I love my Sonox plugins. All Sonox plugins are awesome. It's basically Sony, and they're the OGs. So anytime they drop something new, which is rare, I'm all over it. I got to try it. They earned my loyalty long ago. It also seems like the perfect gate in a lot of different ways, so I got to try it. I haven't done much research on it, but I've done some, and I got to mess with that. Right now, we're just finishing touches here. I printed a version that I might be happy with already, but I'm just going overheads up on this version, Brax. Overheads up on the intro, which is this pitter-patter of little feet, this delicate little, in the beginning, and we want to hear it. There's no snare there. If you're wondering, is there snare there? That was a thought I had. It was almost a nightmare while I was listening. I was like, is there? If there's snare there and I'm just not hearing it, I'll be really pissed off later. So I plan on just, for, good measure, I'll do a little splice and dice real quick, and let's just hear this without any gate at all on it. Let's hear what we really got there. I don't think there's any snare in sight here, to be honest with you. It seems like just noise. Yeah, that's all Tom stuff. There ain't no snare there. There ain't no snare there, no snare there, no snare there, no snare there, no snare there. There ain't 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 no snare there. I'll feed this into what you guys hear so you can hear the difference. I'm just going to solo this real quick. It's really not bad. I could be overthinking this a lot because my ears might be slightly towards the fried side at this point, but I was just like, I need more. And it's there. I hear the parties playing. It's just... it's not as much as this. I think I got to split the difference too because it's just a little too hot still. So we'll go down 1/6 again, 1/6 again, all around. I think it's going to be better before because now this, no matter what we do, is going to be too hot on like the crashes. It's just not going to slice and dice the way we need it to. Now we're pretty close to near the same as it was before, with a little difference of more rooms and a little more overheads. It's really a slight difference now compared to before. And then maybe I'll even juice this up because I made it the same volume as it was before on the close mics. I'll just give that an extra dB. The cymbals sound too loud. So now I think I'm going to be convinced that the version I did before I think is better, because now I'm just feeling the freaking... I hate cymbals, first of all. I like them in this context. This kind of song's great. I like it when they're played delicately kind of thing. But what I mean is I don't want to hear more cymbal. I wanted to hear more of the drum, and it's this delicate balance. And at the moment, because it's because of the part. He's playing so light, you can't gate it. You just cannot gate this freaking thing. On the light part, you can gate it in the loud part, which is why the toms sound amazing in the loud part. You cannot gate it in the quiet part because you lose all the nuance of what he's doing. It's so subtle, and the way the mics were placed, all you hear is the bleed. You don't hear tom hits, you hear bleed, and you hear little delicate hits. So you can't gate it. So therefore, we're rocking a hard place, which is a fine place to be. I actually think that my instinct before was better. Now that I made these louder, I don't like it as much. So luckily, we saved that version. This is M3. M2 is going to be the one, I think. I'm going to print one like this just so we have both. And I'm going to judge them tomorrow. Because it's feeling like the other one's the right one, you know, but I don't want to move like nothing. So I've already sort of made it where the move is very slight. Going from -3 here. Oh, but we're going to have to be able to tell because of the automation thing behind it. So it doesn't really make a huge difference. But... All right, it's a very slight difference, but we're gonna let's run one. Let's run one, and I'll compare them tomorrow with fresh gooses. Fresh goose. M3 wave 1314 airleave 2496 at MP3. It's in the right spot. Okay, here we go. Running one, and I'm gonna have to take a quick bathroom gate. You know what I need? I need an Oxford bathroom gate number 2. But it won't be an... Oh, what's going on? War Hard Arts. What's going on, dude? We'll hit you with the Discord link right there. We got that. And Shigyono is doing his thing. He's back. We're still going. Absolutely. We're doing our thing. They're doing their thing. AirPods 3. Oh, man. Yep. All right. I'm definitely hitting the bathroom because it's time. It's number 1 time. I got to take a leak. And at the same time, we're going to print this. So, print time. Print time. Here we go. Printing, guys. Printing. And I'm gonna compare it tomorrow. This between only thing I changed between M2 and this, overhead's up a smidge and the room's up a smidge in the intro part, like the part that's generally quieter. That's all I did really. That's the only difference. Here we go. Printing this version. As soon as it's printed, I'll be right back to do wrap-ups. Anything you want to throw in the chat, throw it in there. I appreciate everybody watching. I'll be right back momentarily. So even though I'm not in this chair, don't worry. This thing, I'm coming right back. Here we go. All right, we're back, and we've done it. I'm feeling good about that one. In here, it was a party. I don't know if you could tell it was a party, but it was a party in here on that last run through, especially once the song kicks in. The dynamics are so cool how it stays chill and holds back, and then bang. I love that. It's Michael Beinhorn said that really well. He said all great songs are comprised of basically tension and release. And the release is the chorus, and the tension is the build to the chorus. And that's what he loved about Black Hole Sun so much, is that there was basically no release. It was just all tension the whole time. It just kept tension and then more tension and then more tension. There's like no release in that song. It's pretty amazing. I love that song. Fantastic. Braxel, I'm glad to hear your dog is doing better, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. We did it, guys. His dog is doing better. Let's go. Hell yeah, dude. You did it, bro. That's what's up. Whatever you did it. You did it, bro. And that's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. We're all glad to hear that. There's no gold clip on this thing. How would you use Autoline 2 with New Oxford drum gate? I love how you just throw those two things together. They got nothing to do with each other. The gate is a gate. The Autoline is lining up the stuff, so you get essentially the loudest signal you can out of whatever your stuff is, because nothing's canceling out. The gate is just going to be hopefully able to dial in, separate the snare from the cymbals. If you could do that better with that, than any, the drummer gate in the analog world's great. But in the box, I've yet to really, I don't like the multiband gate as much as I should probably. I don't like it. I just haven't been able to make it work the way I want yet. Silencer is okay. It's kind of an intuitive gate, but at the same time, I always have moments of hating that thing too. I still prefer SSL's gate more than everything else. So I'm due for a better gate than that that's somehow got better, more modern technology in it in a way. And Oxford 2 sounds like could be the one. But yeah, that and maybe spectral layers will grace a trial period. We'll find out about that. Do you ever use Apple AirPods to listen to mix and make? Never. I never use Apple AirPods ever for anything. Never. What's the Discord invite? You got the Discord invite. I scrolled back to see everything in sight. Yeah, no, I'd never use AirPods for nothing. We're still going, Shigiono, but we are done now. That's the one right there. I'm just catching up on the chat stuff at the moment. Let me see if there's any. I'll cue you guys in this thing. Whereas so you bought AirPod 3 Pro. You think I should keep them? I don't know. If you're asking me, I mean, for what? For mixing? I don't know if. I mean, AirPods are good for what they're good. I don't know. I don't like any kind of buds. Like if I'm going to listen to music, I want the experience of being in a headphone personally. So I'm not a fan of the in-ear jams. I don't really like those personally. I don't like anything like that. No burger today yet, Brax, but I am on the hungry side, so I probably will hit some food as soon as I'm done here. I definitely need some, I should be taking bathroom breaks more often. I find I like hold it in so long for no reason. It's not a good move. I don't know why I do that. Sliding patio door 6 feet from my console. I love that, War Hard Arts. I cracked up when you said that. You have a sliding patio door 6 feet from your console so you can whiz while you mix. That's hilarious, dude. That's great. I did. I mean, honestly, I drank a lot of stuff before we started, and then I only hit this thing like once or twice, but that bathroom break was was a long time coming. Since that M2 version, I had to run to the bathroom. I was debating doing it then, and then once I had to do the M3 version, I was all over. It was all over. All she wrote. It's definitely, what do we got? Definitely relief. 100% Shigiono. Did you bring back a bedpan? Nah, but I should definitely just have like one of those 5-gallon jugs underneath the desk. Nobody would know. As long as the mic wasn't on, nobody would know. Just roll in one of those jugs. Totally not my style. I would go to the bathroom first. Definitely. It's definitely grooving like a groove machine. I'm glad you dig it, Brax. I'm glad you dig it, Warheart Arts. All you guys, thank you for the love. That's the gamut right there. Not all of them, but I save a couple just in case. A couple extra sounds in there. And yeah, you're doing well, Brax. I felt the goosebumps. That means it's on the money. Thanks, Shigiono. That's what I'm saying, man. It was once this thing started, like once it starts popping at the end, I love the progression to the popping. That's what I'm really feeling. And it's I have a feeling this will be the one. Usually when I spend that extra minute doing like one extra thing, I am usually happy with it. If I spend an extra 6 hours doing 6 hours extra stuff, then I'm not happy. But if it's like one extra, pass because something bugs me, like I need an extra dB and a half of overheads in the or something like that, you know what I mean? Then it's okay. We'll know for sure tomorrow. That's the test. Tomorrow, fresh ears always is the test. With clean ears, I listen once and then I make any decisions that need to be done. But I'm really feeling this. I'm really stoked on it because, like you said, I got the goosebumps towards the end of this thing. Like once it started bugging, I was like, yeah. Oxford Drumgate 2 has auto align as a feature. Does it? No, it doesn't. Does it? No way. What does Sonos and Sony have to do with the other? Have to do with auto align? I don't think anything. Maybe they do. I don't know. Braxel, you could be onto something there. To be honest with you, I don't know for sure what the deal is. But I could tell you that Spectral Layers is on the radar as well as the Oxford Gate 2. I don't have the Oxford Gate 1, and I feel good about that. Because if I had to pay for Oxford Gate 2 and it wasn't just an upgrade price, I'd be kind of upset about it. So I thought you would use Oxford with AutoAlign too, because I don't know if it does. If it does, I don't know. I got to do more research on it. I don't know, but I wouldn't use it with AutoAlign. I would just throw it on the snare or the toms and try to get rid of, I want to hear all the ring of the drum and I want the cymbal to disappear. That's what I want. Just go away, cymbal, and have no effect on my drums. Will you please? That's ideally what I want. If I could do one thing, it'd be like, get out of here, cymbal. Just get out of there. Because then we can control our cymbals on our overheads and we don't have to like split the difference. Because on a song like this is where it'll really start. This is like the more dynamic the band, the more you will have trouble finding a gate that'll work. Because if it gets super quiet and the mics weren't placed really well, it's all over for you. It's all she wrote. Because that's like what we're dealing with here. It's just how it goes. Because you can't have it both ways. If the drums are hit nice and hard on the toms, you'll be able to see where that tom hit is, and the rest of the music, the bleed, will be so much lower because of the difference between that whack and then the bleed in the background. Whereas the worse the mic positioning is, though, now all of a sudden it's facing the snare too, not just the tom. It's not on the skin enough, so now it's facing other things. We got all that stuff comes up. Now that's all in our gates, problems, everything. The cymbals are in everything. It's just a disaster all around. But that's where we are. But again, it's all solvable. It sounds great when the stuff's hit hard. When it's hit light, you got to take your gates off because you just will lose the nuance. Unless they're set so delicately, it's like they're not even working anyway. And that's the point. So you might as well turn them off at that point. Let's do some thank yous because you guys are awesome. Braxel saying, yes, it does. It does. That's insane. That's insane. I can't. As soon as we get off with this thing, I'm going to check that out. That's the first thing I'm going to check out. Let's do some thank yous. Here we go. Thank you to Alex Christoph Drums, Shigiono TH Music, Mr. Psychotronic 5406, the official Nick Desouza, who also joined our Discord. Anybody who hasn't joined the Discord, this is my opportunity to tell you, join that Discord. It's a relatively new thing, but we're popping off over there. We got plenty of dudes. Engineers are mostly men, but we welcome women as well. You know, the couple percent of women that watch my YouTube channel, it's a very small number compared to the dudes, but it's the field. We don't discriminate. Come one, come all. Everybody's welcome over there and over here. I appreciate everybody watching. And you can post anything audio related over there. That's the cool stuff. We're going to split it up into a way that makes more sense, but at the moment, post anything that is something somebody might want to watch or check out or read or whatever. There's some good stuff that goes up there. I have something about a Juno keyboard I want to post because we were talking about the Juno keyboard the other day, and I found something on it that I thought was pretty interesting. It's Amin Hossein, Antibalas 79. So thank you to It's Amin. Thank you to Antibalas 79. Mixed by Sesso 2. Thank you, Mixed by Sesso 2. Also, thank you at Sonic Soundwork, which I believe is Chaos Dynamics. Awesome. And we got the Vault Recording Studio. Thank you. Thank you to AIM AI Energy 2849. Thank you to Thomas LW or Tomas, one or the other. Either way, we appreciate you, brother. We also got thank you to Dust_EX. Thank you, Pongmaster123. The man with many studers. Thank you to Valentine Up to RC. Thank you to Braxel1. Thank you to Warhard Arts. And if I missed anybody, I sincerely apologize. I hope I got them all, and I think I did. I am not 100% positive, but everybody keep in mind, you guys can all jump in the chat if you haven't. Don't be embarrassed. You don't have to be any level. Anybody can join the thing. Anybody could talk. We welcome all questions. There's no stupid questions. We got this. You got this. We got this. Everybody's got it. Now, let's just keep this in mind, all right? Let's do our closing statements here. A couple things we learned on this one. One, we learned, boy, do we need some super modern technology to be able to go in and move mics after the fact. Go in and just adjust where the placement of the mic was to really solve some of these problems. That would be nice. Focus on miking the skin of the drum, not the contact point of the drum. The reason being, the contact point will have you pointing your mic closer towards other things. And that's my opinion, because every time I have to gate stuff, I am slightly annoyed by it in a way, because the better the mic placement, the less you'll have to gate stuff. However, sometimes you got to gate stuff. And I found in my own personal, constantly recording drum sessions, the more I mic'd the skin and the less I mic'd the middle of it, the middle of the drum, the better. So, there's this weird thought that people think you always need to mic the middle of the drum. It gets too much other stuff in it. If you think about the way it's got to be pointed to make that happen, it's not going to put anything in the null point that could be in the null point of that mic. And that's the beautiful thing about the null. Always the null. Think about the polar patterns of the mics. It's very important. Also, what else did we learn? We learned a bunch of stuff. We learned we can basically do a ton of cool stuff with some automation on this one for effects and add a little more dimension to stuff that, it was a live performance, but here and there, those little trickling in of effects really helped, I think. It just kind of gave some life and energy to this thing in a whole new way. Also, as we've talked about before, when you've got a super dynamic band, split the track up so you can have one set of the track that has no gates, for example, and then the other set that's gated, because it's two different performances practically. One of them can be set one way, the other one's got to be set a completely different way. All right. And don't be afraid to clip gain when you want to deal with your, toms or something to get them to punch through. Clip gain is your friend. Go through, automate the tom fills afterwards like I do all the time. I automated a ton of tom fills here. Look at all the tom fill automation. I mean, you have to do that stuff, because if you just ride it and the gate's never going to be perfect. So what does that mean? The little bleed here and there from cymbal, like the end of it while the ring of the tom is happening, there'll be these weird moments. So you've got to automate. You can't just make the thing super loud without doing some automation, I find, because then you can keep it lower when the cymbals hit and then make it as loud as you want on the tom hits and basically hand draw it. Like I would DS things that are really annoying sometimes hand by hand. It's always going to be better than using a de-esser, and I've got every de-esser practically. So I still believe in the hand technique. So there's so much stuff here. Anyway, I hope you guys dug it. Plenty of stuff going down in the dog pound, and our Discord is welcome to all, so everybody join it. Remember, anytime you got a session and you see me about to do a live stream, open up the session. Be part of this while you're also working. I have a feeling you'll get better work done. You'll also get more work done. And just something about being around other people always doing the same thing as you, like other engineers, it makes it easy. Because any problem you encounter, throw it in the chat. It's every time I encounter a problem, I throw it in the chat. I'm asking, hey, GDP, what's the deal? Like, what do you guys know about this thing? Why does this thing keep doing this? Like, weird stuff. We've diagnosed a few problems that way, and it's awesome. I appreciate the help, and bottom line is we're here to help. So if you got questions, you got whatever, throw it in there. If you just want to vent about what you're doing, throw it in there. It's like we're in one giant studio on both sides of the hallway. There's hundreds of rooms and people popping out and into, that's the goal. And one day there will be, I hope, so many people watching this thing that are all doing the same thing, and we can stop this all working alone nonsense. So I really appreciate you guys watching. Hit the like button if you haven't already. I really appreciate that. It helps push this thing. And any video ideas, throw it in there in the comments or wherever so that I can, come up with more video ideas, because I'm all over the streams nowadays, and I need to be dropping videos too. So any of those, I really appreciate. I hope you guys dug the song. Again, this is Nicholas Desouza and Hairbrain, and the band is fire. They're so good. We got more songs from them coming, and also other genres coming, some pop stuff, some rap stuff. So stay tuned for that. Thank you to GDP Japan for flying this plane all the way from Japan, keeping us in the air, steady wings, steady. No code browns. We're doing fantastic, all right? There was only a code yellow on my part, and I dealt with it, and no problems. Just what relief, great relief, all right? But code brown is a whole nother story, and that would be less fun. So you guys are awesome. I think everybody knows the deal. And Brax was saying, Evan, I hope I can get your opinion on that plugin as soon as possible, because I know you will give me an honest answer. I appreciate that. I might make a video on it if when I try it out. I like doing the test trials of stuff that I'm seriously, really considering. And very few things actually make that cut for me. But at the moment, I'm always looking for a better gate, always. And that's why I have the multi-band gate, and I'm like, I have the other freaking gate, and I'm like, the silencer, but I still use the SSL gates like crazy. But yeah, the metric halo gate's cool on their channel strip, and the typical Pro Tools gate, that I used that for years. So they're probably all fine, but if something is better, I can't wait to figure it out. So you guys are awesome. Thank you, GDP. Braxel, I'm glad your dog got better, man. You guys are all awesome. Thanks for watching. Seriously appreciate it. Honestly, you guys are the best. You make this thing happen. And the way that I feel when I'm mixing, and I got people that are awesome engineers with great things to say and comments, and even just the comic relief, it makes it more fun to mix. Number one, you get better work done because you're constantly taking these quick ear breaks. It's awesome. Do the same thing. Join us. Be part of it. We're a friendly crew. Our Discord is getting gangsta over there. I mean, that thing is just about to, I don't know what it's going to be. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait to throw something on there. I'm going to throw that Juno thing on as soon as we get done here. I'll probably eat first. But anyway, you guys are awesome. I'm going to talk to you guys soon. More stuff to come. Bicycle horns for everybody. That's our favorite sound. We gotta update our sound effects, and I think we will. So you guys are awesome. Hit subscribe if you haven't. Hit the like button. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. I'll talk to you guys soon. You guys got this. All right? You can all do this also. Everybody can mix a song in a day and be perfectly happy with it. You just got to start somewhere. And then you can eventually, I won't tell you it'll take 4 hours every time because I never know how long things are going to take. I'll be the first to tell you. I never know. The ones I think are going to take 4 hours wind up taking 7 or 8. And the ones that I think are going to be 7 or 8 wind up being 4. There's just no way to know. And it's just funny how that works. But, it's why it's so hard to be in a relationship with somebody who does this stuff. Because, I don't know when I'm going to be done. When are you going to be done? I don't know. No idea. So, awesome. You guys are the best. I'll talk to you guys soon. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. Take it easy. And thanks for watching.